Welcome back to Nat 2.
Where's just the two of us?
Naturally. Unnaturally.
Unnaturally, because it's the season of the witch.
Wee.
In 2 days, it's Halloween.
Yeah, the worst time of year.
I love Halloween.
I hate Halloween.
Because you're stupid and dumb.
Because I'm stupid and dumb. Frickin', I always thought it was funny. Like, now they do, like, trunk or treat, like, for the kids.
They've always, I mean, as long as I've been alive, they've done that.
Okay, well, I was born
earlier
than you, and we never had that crap. You had to walk to the people's house and hope they didn't, like, feed
you. I never went
apples.
to trunk or treat, but that always was, like, a thing. Like,
I'd never heard of it until I was, like, an adult.
Really?
And they're like, oh, we're gonna trunk or treat. And I'm like, oh, that's for the weak children.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too.
Yeah, they can't handle razor blades. My immune system can handle razor blades now because we did regular trick or treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Powerful.
Anyways.
So if you're one of those weaklings who trunked or treated.
Good for you. Because it seems safe and nice.
It does seem safe and nice. Yeah, I used to I can't do scary stuff. So whatever image you're building in your head of me, sorry to destroy it completely.
There's these like Costco giant skeletons that people...
All right, everybody shut up. First of all, you getting them at Costco?
Yeah.
Like 10 feet tall skeletons?
Yeah, it's a thing. And people have them around our town that we live in, and every time that she sees them, she goes, oh my God.
Okay, like in my defense, that's a 12-foot, 13-foot tall skeleton.
That's not real.
Yeah, but okay, man. If I saw like a ghoul, a wild ghoul, my first thought isn't to be like, that's not real. My first thought is to be like, okay, I'm gonna square up with a ghoul. You know what I mean? Like, if I
think that if these skeletons were moving and shaking and doing the maracas,
yeah,
I would be like, okay, that's scary. But they're stationary, and also they're the same ones that you see every day.
Okay. The first time I saw it from afar.
Cool.
And so in my mind's eye's mind, the mind of my eye.
Yeah.
It was far. It was like perspective, so it was really far away, and so it was a normal-sized skeleton statue relative to where I was, and then it gradually became larger.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, oh, okay, I see you. Costco ? Skeleton. You're fake and I'm not, and that's fine. And then the next time I saw one, I turned the corner and then there was like a 12-foot tall skeleton there. And I wasn't ready for that. And then the other time we were driving home from somewhere far away and it was the middle of the night and there were two of them and they were underlit with purple light. So freaking forgive me for getting a little bit... It was funny, though, because I got so scared that I had to, because I'm kind of like...
A baby.
I'm kind of a baby when it comes to getting scared.
Yeah.
I'll jump a little bit, but I got...
A little bit?
Okay. I got so scared when I saw it that I froze. I was just like, apocalypse. In articulos mortis cheletus mihivides.
Well, I feel like I don't get scared that easily. I think I'm powerful.
Okay.
My phone will play music. Like I'll open it, it'll play music, and she gets so scared.
I'm
powerful.
You're powerful. I think I'm just like.
I think it's because my parents growing up would the only things that they would ever have on TV were thrillers and horror movies and all that, and I was just like, I'm gonna have to learn how to live with this because otherwise I will perish.
Yeah, my mom decided as a kid that she was never going to go to a horror movie because they scared her. And then I heard her say that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I could just do that. And then I could be normal. I watched, for you, millennials out there, I watched the Weeping Angels episode of Doctor Who, and I couldn't take a shower because I had to close my eyes. I was just like, the freaking angels are going to... They had the other one where the girl, opened one eye sequentially to, keep them from coming towards her. And then I was like, if I do that in the shower, then I'll get killed by the Doctor Who bad guy. So, there's your level of my depravity.
Well, in the last episode... Oh, by the way, everyone and their freaking mom decided that they needed to fly
Go
somewhere,
play
have
where-
an
yeah.
emergency, drive somewhere. We don't record in a studio because who do you think we are? We aren't
Yeah, who do you
rich.
think we are, okay? What do you take me for? Someone with rooms? No.
We record in my office at my house, and I live in a neighborhood. People be driving, but then people also be calling the cops.
Yeah,
and
freaking,
flying.
yeah.
I live right next to an airport too.
12 houses burned down, and we're like, so you wee woo, we're like sitting there for 3 hours trying to hold the tension in our bodies, like appropriately stay in character. So if that happens again this episode, then
I
we're
apologize.
really...
I try so hard to edit out all of it, but sometimes, like last episode for like 40 minutes, I could hear that somebody was just like sitting outside my house in their car, and I could just hear their engine the entire time, and I was like, okay, I can't win.
That's a horse.
Yeah.
There's a horse outside the warehouse and running next to the Iffy, and it sounds a lot like... You know them horses that do that.
Anyways,
That's why it's called horsepower.
you're right.
A bunch of little horses in there, clippity clopping. In the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, a lot happened.
Yeah.
Iffy rolled 2,000 consecutive
Nat
nat 20s,
20s.
and I rolled double nat 1s for
It
these.
was so good.
It was what like and I didn't say this on the podcast before, but I wrote out so many things that did not occur as a result of the double nat 1 initiative and your many nat 20s.
Look, I want to rip out as many of your outlines as possible.
Dude, you don't understand. It's like a 7-page outline for the episode. I used maybe 3 sentences out of the whole thing. Like, I was just like, well, this whole thing about, like, this guy, whoever it is, coming in and saying stuff to Lucien, that's not gonna happen because you dissipate, you evaporated.
Yeah.
It was freaking buck wild.
I'm good at what I do, man.
You are in the last episode.
I know, frigging yes.
In the prior episode to that, you died.
Oh yeah,
you
he was beefing it. If he was beefing it, and then now in this episode, they were doing great.
Yeah, you like saved them all up for when it like fully when it counts. So you got out. You're running with Lucien towards
Meredith's
house. And then we go to Thalen, Hale, and Tavumile, who are speaking about exactly what it is that they're going to do. And they come up with the idea to go... Hale posits that they should go to Yezi's apartment. But he rolled a nat 20 insight into what Yezi would end up doing. And so the way that I worked that is that they would go wherever Yezi ended up, as long as that's what you wanted. So it would be like sort of like clairvoyance to an extent, but clairvoyance based on the roll.
Yeah.
Like it was like we were gonna justify that happening.
Yeah.
So that's how that worked.
Tavumile
out.
wanted to go to Finger's house in the first place. And
Oh,
then
yeah,
he
of
was
course.
Just like,
Yeah.
no, she won't be there. And she's like, well,
Yeah,
alright.
it's like the thing with Lucien, you giving Lucien a potion. Technically, that would be you were using like healing word or something like that. But Lucien, because I'm shoehorning this alchemical thing into this D&D campaign. The way that we worked that was that it would 100% you would be able to use it on Lucien, and then we just created that.
Little
scene.
situation,
Yeah, little situation. But that was the predetermined conclusion. So that happened. They took a walk there. Thalen was crossing his fingers that you would all survive that. And then Fingers, as Yezi and Ethiad, took a very spaced out trip out of the mayor's house.
Yep.
Through the basement. You had some pretty good rolls there too.
Yeah.
I mean, we all had plus 10s,
yeah.
but if we had gotten like a 2 to stealth, I mean, like, it would still have been pretty good because
I mean, Yezi got a plus 23. So even if she got a 2,
yeah, exactly,
she would have to roll a nat 1.
Yeah, pretty much that. Well, but there were lots of stealth rolls.
Yeah.
And also there were a lot of perception checks, and if someone had rolled a nat 20 perception check, then you would have been hard pressed. So that was good. And then, you guys left. You're walking to Finger's mom's house. Yeah.
Ethiad hears gangrene talking about finding Fingers and him.
This is true.
And the fact that he has money on finding Ethion.
Yeah, specifically Ethion. Yeah. And
he's
he was
like,
what the heck?
okay, gotta clock that and put that in the back of my mind.
So they started walking also to Finger's mom's house, and these paths intersect eventually, and when they did, someone heard Hale getting a little
spicy.
Done with Tavumile's incessant talking, excited to be among people who know what the heck is going on. Decides that he is going to pay her back by absolutely murdering her.
And Thalen.
And goes to do this. But Hale's kind of a nasty guy, and he's going to make something out of it. Takes his time, and Thalen's able to get his arms around the arm that he was going to use to mess up Tavumile. She runs away, realizes that now Thalen will be killed, surely, and fires her slingshot at him.
Which is such a Tavumile weapon.
Indeed. Yezi hears the commotion, and they have an extremely, again, unplanned heart-to-heart, in which Yezi, who has historically rolled like absolute garbage, rolled a nat 20 insight and was able to talk Hale down from killing Tavumile and Thalen. Thalen got stabbed in the chest. He has 2 hit points. Life is great. And now all of the friends are taking a walk. Taking a walk together.
Yezi is upset that they're talking because she's like, hey, we're actively being sought after. I just had to save you from an assassin. Can you guys shut up? And then Ethion, Fingers, Tavumile are all like, no.
Yeah,
Thalen's pretty, like,
he's happy to shut up. He's like, I would help you, but I've been stabbed. So you're on your own.
It's funny, Yezi is the healthiest out of all of them, I think. She only lost hit points because she stabbed herself earlier that day.
Yes, this is true. So everybody is moving in the same direction. And speaking of walking, Tavumile loves walking.
She does.
It's one of her favorite pastimes. Even in the summer, when it's sweltering hot, every once in a while, her and Lucien will go somewhere, take walks, and all the while, Lucien is absolutely just chugging water, sweating like crazy. And he always wears the same clothes. Yeah. He always wears just like pants that he wears like dark,
trousers.
Yeah. A white shirt and a jacket.
Okay.
Even in the summertime.
Okay.
Like no matter what. And you always comment about it, that it's like his uniform. And he always says that it is his uniform, self-imposed uniform.
Yeah.
And on one such summer day, you remember walking through the forest, walking after Lucien, who's very ahead of you, kind of like looking over his shoulder irritatedly at you, and hoping that you will get the picture that you need to hurry up. When all of a sudden you say something, and this is pretty atypical of him, he doubles over laughing.
Oh.
And he says, Tav, you can't just cut buttons you like out of people's clothes. They need those. What's wrong with you?
If they look pretty, and I haven't seen them before, so I know that a lot of people don't appreciate buttons like I do, and I'll give them different ones.
Tav, that's truly despicable.
No, it's not. I replaced them.
No, you walk on ahead. I can't be seen with a bloody criminal.
I'm not a criminal.
You're stealing, aren't you?
I'm replacing.
What are you placing them with?
Buttons I don't like as much. I don't do it often. One time, somebody did see me.
Did they?
They thought it was funny.
Did they think it was funny? I say you got off lucky with that one.
They were at the general store.
Was it?
I was talking to them, and I was commenting on their buttons and talking about it, and I was feeling the sweater, and they were talking about how the price of bread got more expensive, and I wasn't really interested, which I know is really rude of me, but Scented always gives me bread on a discount, so I don't really think about the price that much. But anyways, I was really distracted by the button, and so then I just...
You cut it off?
It wasn't...
Mid
No.
conversation?
I didn't cut it off. I didn't have to, because the thread was coming off.
Just pulled it off.
I did. And then she asked me why I did that, and I said, I don't know.
He's got like his face in his hands. He's still like walking in front of you, just like laughing, like wiping his eyes.
It's hard to find buttons when you're just walking around.
You gotta buy them in town. You can't take them off of people's clothes, Tav.
Well, if I buy them, then I have to spend money on them.
That's true, you do.
And there were these buttons I saw one time in the village, and well, I really wanted to buy them, but they were made out of stone. I was told that they were made out of jade and opal and like amethyst and stuff, and I don't really know what that stuff is, but they said that it was the type of rock, and they were really heavy, and I really wanted to get some of them, but when she told me the price, she said that they were 6 gold each. That's a lot.
For each button?
For each button.
Wow. Where were they?
They were in the village.
At what store?
Sage's Tailors.
Yeah, we've got quite a lot of expensive things there.
I do.
Yeah. He's gonna kind of like collect himself, like shake his head and stop, and he's gonna take a giant thing of water, like a glass, situation, big old cork, out of his bag, and just like down half of it.
You alright?
Who, me?
It's really hot out.
Yeah.
Even I'm uncomfortable.
He's gonna hand you the water. It's really heavy. You gotta do some push-ups, Tav. It's embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing. I am strong.
Clearly not.
I do a lot of farm work, and you have to lift a lot of heavy things. I do the ploughing by hand. I mean, sometimes barley helps me.
You should be more embarrassed then, right? You should be strong and you're not.
Well, I am. I have to prove it to you.
How are you gonna do that?
I don't know.
He's gonna like grab back the water and like drink some more.
She didn't drink any of it, but because she was like, I think Tavumile's like, this is yours though. You need it more.
Oh, that's so sweet. He's gonna like not have. Actually, we'll see if he doesn't notice it. He fully clocked that you didn't have any.
Yeah.
And he like takes it back. He's like, "You don't want any."
Not really.
Right, suit yourself. And it's like a bit more, and you can see like as he kind of like puts his stuff away, like you can see like. You're fully in the forest.
Yeah.
Any sun that's reaching through is going through so many leaves and stuff like that. And so as he kind of like moves his head to hit the thing back in his bag, you can see like the sweat on his hair and stuff. And his like cheeks are a little bit pink, like he's a little bit purpley, but he's like you can feel, because you're close enough, they could hand you water.
Yeah.
You could feel from him still radiating, like, cold.
Yeah.
And when he grabbed the water bottle, you could see the condensation, like, it got, like, cloudy where he grabbed it. So you can tell that he's, like, cold.
Fine.
So, yeah, he's fine still. And he's gonna, like, drink some more, put it back, and he's gonna go, I've got to win against it, you know?
Win against it?
Yeah, it's like winning a competition, you know? Me and Summer.
You and Summer?
Yeah, and I'm gonna win.
Well, you always do.
Well, you know, it's a bit difficult, but
I believe in you.
he's gonna like roll his eyes at you and keep walking through the forest.
I win against winter every year, but I think that I'm a little
You
bit...
lose.
What do you mean?
You always get sick.
Well, I get sick, but I get fine afterwards.
Did you see me getting sick over the summer?
One time you were.
Oh, it doesn't count. It's just one time.
Why doesn't that not count?
It wasn't that bad anyway.
What do you mean it wasn't that bad?
It wasn't that bad.
I had to come over
No, you didn't have to come over. He's gonna stop and, like, look at you. You didn't have to come over. You just came over.
Well, when I came over, you said that you'd been asleep for like 3 days.
Yeah, it was healing.
Can't just not eat
You
for 3
interrupted
days.
my, I was in the process of feeling better. You interrupted it.
Would it have been fine if I was just asleep for 3 days?
No, but it's different.
Why is it different?
Because you're pathetic.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You couldn't even pick up my water bottle.
How can I prove to you that I'm strong? What do you want me to do?
Well, first of all, you better hurry up.
You're walking so fast.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Hop to. I've got a lot of stuff to do today. There isn't just this. So you better get a move on.
Trying.
She like picks up the pace.
You have much longer legs than I do.
Thank you. He's gonna you guys keep walking. Roll a perception check.
Okay. 6.
You rolled a 6?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's pretty hot out, jeez. You know what I mean? Like, you can feel the sun, like, each time a like, triangle of sun reaches you from on high, like, through the leaves, it, like, you can feel where it was on your skin as you keep walking, like, that just warm patch right there. And, as you kind of keep walking, you can hear Lucien behind you. He's pretty close.
Yeah.
Because he's willing you to go faster. He's like tailgating you.
Yeah.
He's like, if I walk this close, she'll feel that I'm there and hurry up. And it's not like working.
Yeah.
You're really working hard to like be in front. And eventually he's gonna like stop you and say, Tav, you want some water?
I'm alright.
He's gonna like stop his own self because he knows that you will stop too.
Yeah.
Actually, roll to see if you notice.
Okay. Another perception?
Yeah. With disadvantage.
7.
Give me like a Constitution saving throw.
What the heck? 7.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's gonna be like, Tav.
What?
He's gonna like, you turn around and in your face is the water bottle.
What?
You're like, red.
Oh, it's kind of hot outside.
Have some water.
That's for you. You need it more than I do. I'm a bit better at dealing with the summer and, well, you're really good at dealing with the winter, but I could deal with the winter better than you could deal with the summer, and I could deal with the summer better than you can deal with it too. Because I'm like, you know how during the spring, sometimes it'll be like in the 60s, and then the next day it's completely frozen over. All the flowers have to be okay with that, otherwise they'll never come back.
He's gonna like, he's like looking at you and he's like, that's cool. You're bright red. You look like a tomato.
I don't look like a tomato.
You do. And he's gonna like shove the water in your chest. Doctor's orders.
Fine.
She's gonna drink it, but like she's gonna drink the bare minimum that she thinks will make Lucien happy.
He's like looking somewhere else. Like he's not he's like looking somewhere else, and he's because he knows you so well.
Yeah.
So he's looking somewhere else, and without looking, he goes, "You need to drink more."
How did you know how much I was drinking?
I'm extremely smart. I'm frighteningly smart.
You are. You know a lot of stuff.
Just have some more.
Fine.
She drinks more. And I think that she like finishes it and she thinks about how she was red and she's like, maybe I'm sunburnt. And she'll like, she's gonna reach for his hand and like put it on her face because she's like, it's cold. It'll cool me down. Maybe it'll help.
Yeah. When you go to like reach for his hand, he's looking at you extremely confused. And he like reaches out back to take the water bottle from you, and he's like putting it in his bag while you grab his hand, kind of to be like, this isn't happening.
Yeah.
I'm doing this. And you put his hand on your cheek, and he leaves it. You can feel him leave it there for like a second.
Yeah.
Like he knows you're doing it, and he leaves it there for a second. And then he pulls it away. And he's like, what's your problem?
You're nice and cold. Feels nice on my face.
I'm sweating like crazy, Tav.
Oh, but it's cold, sweat. When I sweat, it's warm.
You're disgusting.
Does it hurt you
What? This what hurt me?
to feel me when I'm all hot?
No.
That's good.
He's gonna like shake his head and be like, okay, end of that conversation. And he's gonna like kind of put his stuff back in, kind of like nose his way around you to keep walking towards the village. And you're basically there. You he like at that time kind of sticks his head out of the tree line. Not like completely out of the tree line, but you're in a thick kind of part of the forest, and then you can kind of see like there's like a street area.
Where are we going?
You're going into the village.
Okay.
And he's he like stops for a second to like check on all of his stuff. Are you gonna keep walking ahead or?
Yeah, I think that like so. You said we're at the tree line.
Yeah, you're like right before it. It's
Okay.
like thicker forest and then like a little bit thinner, and then the tree line kind of ends right where the street is. You can't really super see the street. It's like a dirt road type affair, but you know it's there because you've done this so many times.
Okay, I think that she keeps walking because she's really excited because she loves going into the village. Because she's like, there's so many people to talk to, and there's a lot of fun things to look at. And I don't ever buy anything though because everything's expensive, but I like to look at it and pick it up.
These are your thoughts
Yeah.
about it. So you're roll a perception check.
Okay, 13.
Right as you go to step out of the tree line, walking on ahead, you hear just like someone go, whoa! And all of a sudden the sound of a carriage occurs to you. It had kind of blended with the general like insecty, cacophonous, like animal rustling type noises, and the sound of your own thoughts about your excitement like ringing in your ears.
Yeah.
And then, you know, like Lucien wrestling through his crap to find whatever it is that he's looking for. And appears before you the legs of a horse. And it's like you're like got like a good foot away.
Yeah.
And you hear behind you Lucien go, Tav! And he like kind of runs out of the tree line and notices that you're fine.
Yeah.
Like you were far enough away that it really wasn't anything at all. Like it's not like the driver didn't really have to swerve or anything to get around you. You stopped yourself before there was any kind of issue.
Yeah.
It's more that you scared him.
Oh,
and that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
he like made a noise. He just popped out of the forest. And Lucien just reacted to his noise.
Yeah.
He wasn't really able to see because there were trees in the way. And he gets to you where you are. And he like puts his hand on your shoulder because he wasn't sure what was going on. And he's just like kind of clinging onto your shoulder. And he goes, Tav, if you could do us a favor and at least try to keep yourself in one piece.
I'm fine. Your horses are very pretty. I have one at home, and its name is Barley.
The carriage driver is driving, like still moving forward as you say that. So you're like, he's like, huh? Like as you kind of say that to nobody in particular. And Lucien like, go give me like a perception check.
Okay. 17.
That's so funny. I was gonna be like, this is gonna be like a 17 DC. Like, I was like, there's no way she's gonna get this. You're like 5'8", Lucian's like 6'2", so your head is sort of directly like a head under his head.
Yeah.
There's like a head plus something. And you feel on the back of your head him like put his face down slightly and just go.
Oh.
And then he kind of like lets go. It says, I've got a strict policy. You're not working on my days off.
Well, I don't want you to work on your days off.
Yeah, we'll try not to make me have to.
Oh, like if I get hurt or something?
Yeah, you're on your own.
All right.
It's my day off.
I'll
As I've
figure it
said.
out.
And you know that that's a joke because Lucien has no days off.
Yeah.
He's like the only doctor around for so far. Which is why he's like, great, awesome, let's get a move on. We've got things to do today. And so now you're walking on the road proper, and because that's really the only way into town, unless you're gonna pop out of the forest, like at the kind of edge of town. There would be fences involved, the hopping of
Yeah.
those. So, because it's like it doesn't have stone walls, but it's got a big, like wooden slat, like fence around
Okay.
it. And the way that Waypoint Town is a town set up at a waypoint, this village is just sort of a collection of, it's like a market really, more than it is like, it's called the village, but nobody lives there really. It's like the marketplace,
Okay.
pretty much. And so the only way really to get in is through this road, and go ahead, roll a perception check. This is a big perception check heavy time.
Oh, you know. 4.
Oh, okay. You kind of feel Lucien get a little bit more chilly, like in nature.
Like his demeanor?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like, whatever reason that is, you're like drawing a blank. It's just something that you kind of pick up on, but you're not really connecting that to a specific reason.
Okay.
And you are walking on the path. Do you want to say anything to him before you get into the village?
I think that she's just talking to Lucien about, like, how, like, she's so excited to be there, and she does this every time that they go in, where she's just constantly being like, I hope that this is there, and all that. And so I think that she's just kind of just like,
I hope that the lady who sells teas is there, because me and Mum are running low, and Santa never has any good teas. He has teas that he makes himself, but they're not really all that good, and I don't want to tell him that they're not that good, because, well, I feel like that would be rude of me. And I one time mentioned that maybe he could buy teas from her, but he said that he didn't like her because she swindled people. I don't really know what that means, but I'm really excited. I really hope that she's there, because the last time I bought teas from her, it was like a white flower tea, and my mum really liked it, and she said that she may have some more.
Tea, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
All right.
He's gonna he's looking kind of down and to the side, like nodding his head. And he kind of like, you kind of go through walking on the path. There's like more people, and he's very pensive now that you're sort of approaching town, actually, or the village rather. And there's like a gate with like a big like sign thing, and you guys kind of like duck underneath, you know, like walk through that, and then you're in the village. And he's gonna, like, as you're walking through it, now there's people, like, folks shopping, you know, setting up stalls and stuff like that. It's kind of like, it's like wooden stall style, you know what I mean? Like not a festival, obviously, but festival.
Yeah.
Like, it's very like, we come here and then we leave.
like a farmer's market?
Yeah, like that type of thing, but also with clothes and stuff. I guess that you could have that there. And as you guys are walking through that, he's gonna like, he's not like looking at you, he's looking straight ahead, but you can kind of hear him talk. You guys are next to each other. He's like, I've got to be honest with you, Tav.
What?
I've got an ulterior motive for asking you to come with me today.
Really?
Yeah.
You didn't just want to hang out?
I never want to hang out. It's a necessity.
Well, I want to hang out.
That's good. I need you to help me with something.
What do you need me to help you with? This is exciting. You never need me to help you with anything.
Yeah, well, he's gonna, like, stop and kind of, like, you're walking behind him, he stops, and he's gonna kind of, like, step off to the side, and he's gonna, like, look at you, kind of, like, roll a insight check.
Okay. 18.
Wow, dude, jeez. He looks like very embarrassed, like whatever it is that he's about to ask. But you can see that it like, like the way that he looks is typically him. Like he's always a little bit kind of hunched over. He was more kind of like stretched out when you guys were walking, but now there's people around, so he's like, you know, like
drawn into himself.
Yeah, like a little like that. And so it's not like atypical for him, and his face looks the same. It's like you're picking up on little tiny details about him.
Okay.
There's the things that change. So you can see like on his face, like it's flushed because it's hot out, and it's sweating because he's sweating. But there's like a quality to him, or the way that he speaks to you, that is conveying to you, despite his best efforts to hide it, just pure embarrassment, like pure humiliation.
I don't think that Tavumile would comment on it or know that she can notice that, because I think she's like, I don't like feeling embarrassed, and I feel embarrassed often, so I'm going to make sure that he doesn't know that I know.
He's gonna actually. How are you looking at him? Like, are you like stone faced, like trying to just look whatever?
I think that she's like smiling a little bit, like just her general like stationary smile that she kind of just always has, where she's just like, everything's nice.
Yeah.
I like the world. And then like looking up at him, and her eyes are just like super big and like, yes.
What are you doing to let him know that you know that he is uncomfortable? A tiny little something that he would perceive with a 19 perception check.
I think that she usually does a lot with her hands. Like, she's always like playing with her hands, or like making little, like, you know, touching her fingertips together, making little, like, you know, weaving her fingers together, picking at her nails, whatever, like just doing stuff, because she's like, while she's talking, she's like, I'm just have to do this. And I think that she stops and she just kind of like grabs her own wrist and like puts her hands in front of her and just grabs her own wrist, and it's like her hands are very still, and she's just like, I have to act normal.
He flashes his eyes down at your hands not moving, and he's gonna look back at you with kind of a different take on his previous expression. He's just gonna say, why are you looking at me like that?
Well, I'm waiting for you to tell me what you want me to help you with.
Well, anyway, I wanted to ask you. I'm not good at this. What does your mum like?
What does my mum like?
Yeah, you know, I got a bit of money burning a hole in my pocket.
Really, that sounds dangerous.
It's a figure of speech.
Oh.
I've got to get something for her while we're here. You know, got to repay her somehow for eating you all out of house and home every night.
You don't have to repay us.
Oh, Tavumile, please.
What?
Just tell me what she likes and we can have done with this. I mean, that tea, do you think that would do? I don't know if that's too simple.
Well, I wanted to get her the tea, so that's my idea. You can't have it.
He cracks up a little bit. He's like doing, he doesn't really smile that often. Like his laughter earlier, he was like covering his face, like his mouth, so you couldn't see it. He doesn't really smile at all. And so when he laughs, he bites his lip to keep himself from like breaking. And he's just like, okay, well, if you can help me come up with another idea.
Well, I know that she really likes cooking, and also that she really likes reading, and she really likes to knit stuff. And she did one time see these, I don't know, they look like big needles, whatever she uses. I don't really know how to knit. She one time wanted to teach me, and I said no, because I had a lot of stuff I needed to do, like farm. Oh, I feel bad about that. Maybe I should let her teach me how to knit.
You make me something, you know?
Well, I make you stuff.
Socks or something. It's something I want. A shirt covered in bloody buttons.
Buttons are nice. And then when you look at them, you'll think of me.
Look, Tav, focus.
Oh.
Okay? You said book. She likes reading. She likes knitting. I could get some
One time she did see the like wooden things that she uses to knit. She saw some here, and they were really cool. They were like multicolored, and she thought that they were really nice, but they were really expensive.
What's the shop they're at?
I don't know the name of it.
Okay, well, I suppose we can start there.
All right.
See how much they are. He's gonna like start looking around at the different shops or anything that looks like clothing, you know, related or whatever. And he's gonna like go off in that direction. He's like, is the tea place closer, do you think?
I don't really know how to get around the village. I just kind of
Right.
wander around.
They follow me, and he's gonna like grab your
Yeah.
shirt like sleeve, like just so you're connected to each other. Because he's like, oh, if I have to find her, gets lost. And he's gonna like take a swig of his water, and like start walking off in a direction of like he's been around town before, but it's not something that's not a place that he would go to.
Yeah.
He's not like a tea guy, as you and your mom would know. And so it takes you guys a minute, and you finally find the place.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's that?
Why all of a sudden do you want to do this?
Well, I told you.
Well, I know that you want to repay her back and all that, which I have to say again, you don't have to do that. You repay us enough by taking care of us when we're sick. And also, you wouldn't even need to do that even if you did, because I just like being around you, and so does my mum, and we
All
both
right.
love you.
Look, I'll just, do you want me not to?
Well, I want you to do whatever you want to do.
Can't you just leave it?
Why?
What's it to you? It's nothing to do with you. I just need to know what she wants.
Well, I'm just curious.
Well, stop being so curious.
Fine.
He's gonna like, you're like at the tea shop. He's like, okay, which one is it?
And she's gonna look at the person who's there and be like,
Hello. I don't know if you remember me or not, but I came a while back and I talked to you about how nice your teas were, and you had a white flower tea that was really nice.
Oh, yes, we still have it, miss.
Really?
Of course.
Can I have some?
Well, you know, yes, you can. How much would you like? Just one bag.
I don't know. How much would be enough for a mum?
Probably one bag. I mean, I suppose it depends on how often you're drinking it.
Well, she drinks tea every day.
Well, listen, lass, I'm not going to tell you not to buy, you know. However many bags you feel like you need. We'll take 2 bags. Eyeballs Lucien and is like, yes, sir, and like disappears into the back, comes out with 2 bags and puts them on the counter.
How much is it?
Well, is there anything else you'd be needing, lass?
I don't think so.
That's going to be 4 gold pieces.
Oh.
And Lucien shoves his hand into his bag, puts some money on the counter, picks up the 2 bags, and throws them at you.
What? I have 4
All right,
gold.
let's go. He's like, oh, thank you, sir. You know, please come again. And, like, kind of gives you a look that's like, what was that about? You know, just like oblivion, just like, what?
Have a good day.
You too. He's like, Lucian's like nosed off in the direction of where he thinks these knitting needles would be.
Why did you do that? I can pay for it.
I know you can.
Okay.
I did.
Do you want me to pay you back?
No.
You sure?
Will you stop doing this?
Doing what?
I'll come with myself next time. Just doing my best.
I really like
Then shut your mouth.
Alright.
And he's gonna like, you know, walking that direction, kind of like head down, like shaking his head, like I know this is gonna be like this. And, like, you get to like a store that has these knitting needles. They're like on display in the display, and roll a perception check.
okay. Nat 20.
Oh, wow. Lucien isn't looking at the knitting needles. He's looking at the name of the store.
What does it say?
Whatever you said earlier is where the buttons are.
Oh,
I don't
Seicha's Tailors?
Yeah, that one. He's like looking at it. He's like, okay. And he like walks inside. And he's like, is there anything else you need to get?
From the village?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Right.
They did. No. I'm not allowed to have pets. Because I don't have the time to take care of them.
That's for sure.
They had frogs.
That sounds like a miserable idea.
Me having pets?
You having a frog.
Me having a frog?
Poor frog.
Poor frog?
Yeah.
I would do a good job taking care of them.
Fate bloody worse than death.
What do you mean?
He's gonna like roll his eyes and walk inside, and he's gonna be like looking around, and he's gonna be looking around, and see that the knitting needles are there. He's gonna like, oh, is that what she wanted?
It is.
Right.
I'm
well,
surprised that they still have them.
I mean, I'm not. And he's like looking at the price tag, and he's just like, I can see why they'd still be here.
You don't have to get them.
Shut. Stop. I asked you to. I asked you nicely.
Sorry.
Make it stop. And he's gonna like, he's like has his hand in his pocket. You could tell that he's like counting, like what he has with him. He's like, right, well. And he walks up to the counter.
As he's doing that, Tavumile's gonna go look at all the buttons and see like new ones that they have, like ones that are like white stone and like black speckles on it, and then there's like, you know, a rose quartz one, and there's like a fire opal one, so it's like really bright orange. And I think that she looks at one that's like lapis lazuli, like kind of that, where it's like very streaky blue and all that, and she's like, but she's like not saying it out, like she's just like looking at it, like being like, ooh.
Roll a perception check.
Okay. 8.
You are in Buttonville, USA. Like, you're fully absorbed. You're just like, oh wow, and I bet that one would feel really nice, like to put into a buttonhole. Like, it would feel really. This one looks really smooth. Yeah. But that one is like a cool flower design. Yeah. The whole thing, you're just like, oh wow. What if I put them all in like a bag, and then I put my hand in the bag, and then it
rattles
cool,
around.
Ooh, good sound. And all of a sudden you're Tav.
What?
I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the buttons.
You'd look over, and he's like looking over his shoulder, back is to you, and the like shopkeep is like looking one eye on him and one eye on you, just like, what the heck. And he's gonna like leave the knitting needles on the counter and walk over to where you are. He's like, I figured we would end up here.
At the buttons.
Yeah.
They're really nice. They have new ones. Last time they only had like 4 different kinds, and now they have a lot of them.
Which ones you like?
Really like this one. This one's really pretty. It's nice and blue.
Could you do me a favour?
What?
Across the street. There's a fruit vendor.
Right.
And he's gonna like reach into his pocket and take out a piece of silver. And he's gonna say, "Could you go buy us 2 apples?"
All right. I could do that.
And he's gonna like give you like a nod and hand it to you. Do you want to roll a perception check?
Sure.
He's gonna roll.
Can I roll insight?
Yeah, roll insight.
18.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Meets it, beats it.
Ooh.
He rolled a 17 deception +1. And he is gonna, you smell something fishy's going on. Why would he want you to go buy 2 apples right now?
Yeah.
Also, like, why would he need you to do that?
Yeah. I think that Tavumile thinks about that. She's like, and then she like goes to be like, why do you want me to do this? And then she's like, no, he asked me nicely to stop asking why he wants to do stuff. I feel like I'll make him angry if I ask him why he wants me to do this, even though he's doing something. And she like kind of squints her eyes at him a little bit, and she's like, what kind of apple do you want?
Have a green one.
All right. Those are sour.
I know. I've had them before.
I don't like them.
Get you a different colour.
All right.
He's like looking at you like, get out of here.
I'll be back.
Okay.
She like slowly turns around and walks out.
Yeah, cool. So as you walk out, there's a street in front of you, lots of people milling around, and then this market across the way, and there are many different fruits at this market. You know, there's pomelos and freaking persimmons and all. They got the weird ones. They got the cool ones,
Yeah.
like imported as heck, like fun ones. And then they have lots of apples.
Okay. I think that she walks up and she gets so overwhelmed by how many.
Just like, fruit.
Yeah.
There's so much fruit.
They all look so cool. And I have 1 silver. How much are the apples?
And she like asks whoever is the vendor.
The vendor's like talking to other customers. He's just staring at the apples going, how much is them? And the vendor's gonna like look over to you and then go back to talking to the customer. Be like, oh yes, that's nice. And Daisy told me how to
Do you
bake
know
it."
how much they are?
Sweetheart, give me 1 moment.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. And then like goes back to doing the transaction. You know, like whatever the heck. And then walks over and says, can I help you with something?
How much are the apples?
2 copper.
2 copper.
Yes.
How many silver is that?
How many apples do you want?
2.
And she's gonna be like, okay, which ones? You can pick them out.
A green one, for sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have any green apples.
Oh, no. Is there anyone else that does?
I think there's another vendor down the street a bit that might have some.
All right. Do I just walk straight from here?
Yeah, so if you go straight, and she's like, oh my god, like, you know what I mean? She's like, yes, if you go straight, and then at the corner there's a little, like a pottery market. You're gonna make a left there, and then sort of straight down that way. They should have them there. I think they do.
All
But
right.
if you don't have any here.
Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Very nice.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too. And she's gonna like go back to, you know, ringing up people with money who want her wares.
Tavumile's gonna try to follow those directions.
Roll a performance check.
Woo! 21.
Oh wow. Okay, cool. You got them on lock. You're like, okay, Lucien asked me to do something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna freaking do this thing. And so you were like, okay, left pottery, and you go straight, and then it's on the right. You know, whatever.
Yeah.
You like replaying it in your head over and over again, like playing with this silver piece in
Yeah.
your hand. And then you're like walking in that direction, and you get to the market. And it's like similar, like. This is a part that it's like this fruit vendor. They're both relatively busy, like customers, you know, picking stuff up, and you know, very shopkeepers intent on protecting their wares from any thieves and stuff like that. And then there's just like generally people around you with like bags, and then like some like food vendors and stuff like that with like pretzels and stuff.
Yeah.
And you walk there, and then you get to this other vendor, and you see a big display of green apples.
She was right.
She's gonna. Does he have like the same kind of deal going on where it's just like a ton of fruit, or is it just?
Yeah, he has like a lot too.
Okay, I think that she goes and she picks up one of the green apples, and then I think that she is like initially looking at other apples for her, and then her eyes keep glancing over to like the more different kind of fruit that like she doesn't usually have, and she's like,
maybe he won't be mad if I get something that's not an apple.
Hello, how can I help you?
Do you have anything that's like an apple but it's not an apple?
What are you talking about?
Well, this one looks like an apple. What is it?
It's a persimmon.
Can I get this?
Yes, if you have money.
I do. How
Well-
much is it?
It's gonna be 5 copper pieces.
And then the apple is how many?
It's gonna be 3.
So is that, how much is that?
Um,
Well, I know that that's 8. Would a silver be fine?
of course it would be.
Would I get any money back?
No. That's exactly 1 silver.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
"Can I roll an insight
You
check?"
sure can.
13.
I mean, he knows more about it than you do. The guy seems pretty on the level, you know? He's selling fruit all the time.
All right. You're really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. And she's going to hand out the silver to him.
Mm-hmm. I'm so sorry I lied to you.
Lied to me?
I'm sorry.
Is this not called a persimmon?
No, that's not what I lied about. I just, I'm sorry, okay? I've been trying to change my ways, and this is the first step. This is the first step to that.
What did you lie about?
Nothing. I'll give you your change.
Did you lie about how much it cost?
I'm so sorry. You just said I was nice, and then I felt really bad about it.
Well, that's all right. You know why? Because you knew that you did something wrong, and then you apologized for it.
Oh, you're so merciful. I don't deserve it. And he's gonna give you your change and the fruit, and he's gonna be like, have a good day.
Here you go.
And she's going to give like one of the pieces of copper back and just be like,
for being really nice, and I really hope that your journey with self-acceptance and change goes well.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too. And then you turn, and there is a frighteningly cold Winter Eldrin standing behind you like a statue.
Oh, hello.
Where did you go?
Here.
Is this the fruit market across the street?
No, I went there originally, and she didn't have any green apples. But she said that this place would, and she was right.
Oh, excellent. My errand's done.
All
Suppose
right.
this one is now too.
Do you want your apple?
Sure.
I know I was supposed to get 2 apples, but I didn't get 2 apples. I got 1 apple, and then I got this thing that's called a persimmon. Is that all right?
How much is it?
How much was it?
and she's going to look up at the guy.
5 copper pieces.
I don't really know how much that is.
That's like twice as expensive as an apple tav.
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
spending all my money on persimmons.
I can pay you back for it.
He's gonna like roll his eyes and be like,
I've never had one before, and it sounded like a really nice name.
hopefully I can still pay the rent this month.
What?
He's gonna like not, do his like little like I'm not smiling face and like start walking the direction.
You're joking. Sometimes your jokes are a bit mean. They make
I'm not
me
joking.
worried.
I'm gonna be on the street now.
You never would be, because you have me and Mum.
Oh, I'd never want to live with you.
Why not?
Smell like you.
I smell nice. Mum always says that I smell like
Who is lying to you?
my mum.
Your mum would never do that.
I know.
She's a nice lady.
She is. So I know that you must not be telling me the truth.
Well, you smell bad to me, maybe.
You smell like pine.
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna like try and innocuously smell himself.
I smell like, according to my mum, cherry blossoms.
I wouldn't know.
Mum smells like sage. It's really nice.
I'll take your word for it. He's gonna like keep walking in the direction out of town. And you leave the village and start walking back on the street towards the forest, and then once you get into the forest, into the tree line, he chugs the rest of his water bottle. And there's like a bit at the bottom left, and he hands it to you and doesn't take it back until you drink it.
Fine.
You're so annoying.
You are too. I'm sorry, that was really mean.
I'm hurt, Tavumile.
I'm sorry.
And he's gonna reach out to you, like he's going to touch you, and then he doesn't. He just kind of like your shoulder, and then he just kind of like there's a force field around you. His hand just kind of like pulls to the side slightly, and he just starts walking in front of you. He looks over his shoulder and goes, "You coming?"
Yes. Can you not walk so fast when we go back?
You just walk faster.
I have smaller legs than you do.
Did you buy anything else in the village? Are you encumbered in any way? Are you carrying stuff?
I don't think that she is. I think that she's just like, I just looked at a bunch of stuff. I think that she is like eating the persimmon though, and she's like has it broken apart in her hands, and it's like
Just everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna like look at you, roll a perception or an insight check.
Okay. 19.
Dang, bro. As he looks back over his shoulder, you're kind of hunched over your own hands, and there's just persimmon viscera just all over your arms. I mean, it was a ripe persimmon.
Yeah. Sitting in the hot sun.
Yeah, sitting in the hot sun, all that implies, and you have just like that just all down your arms, in your sleeves, which is something that you know that would ruin his entire life. And you kind of look up at him sheepishly, like underneath your eyelashes.
Yeah.
And you can feel on your face those little squares and triangles of sunlight kind of like casting across your face as you look up at him, and you see in his eyes something strange to you, something that you're not used to seeing in him, and it kind of flickers across his eyes, and it's like warm, like something that you don't associate with someone so kind of biting and distant and cold. It like flashes like fire in his eyes for just a second, and then it only goes away because he looks away from you and keeps walking down the path.
You all right?
You look disgusting.
Do you want some?
And she like puts out like a handful of it. It's like dripping, and it's
Yeah.
kinda, like about to get on him.
He had like he like put his head down to start kind of like moving off in the direction of home. And then when you said, do you want some? He like looks back at you, and his eyes are the same as they were before.
Yeah.
And he like turns around to face you, and there's this like outstretched hand with just like persimmon whatever in it. And he's looking at you, and you're looking at him, and he just says, "Don't keep me waiting."
Keep you waiting.
And he's gonna turn and keep walking.
So I take it you don't want any.
She's gonna like walk past.
You're
him.
like, as he's trying to leave, you're standing there just eating the persimmon, and he's like, "Come on, bro."
Yeah.
And then he just starts walking, and you're like, you take it, you don't want any, and he doesn't say anything else to you. He just starts walking back.
I think that she like finishes it, and she's just like, well, juice, am I right? And like just rubs it on her clothes. Like she's just like,
this will dry.
Yeah. And I think that she's just like talking about nonsense, just being like,
The other day when I was working in the fields, I saw a mouse, and it was really cute, and I almost ran it over with my plow, and I'm really glad that I didn't, and I picked him up, and we talked for a little bit.
That sounds nice.
It was nice. I like working in the fields because I always meet friends like that.
You like continue to have that sort of caliber of conversation. You can tell that Lucien is like, a lot of the time he'll make comments about what you're saying or tell you to be quiet, and like he doesn't care at all. And he's not doing either of those things. He's just sort of like, you can tell he's listening, but you can tell that that's all he's doing. He's not like there also, if that makes sense.
Are you alright?
Uh-huh.
You've gotten really quiet.
Sorry, I'm not entertaining you enough.
It's not that. You're just acting a little bit different.
I'm not. And he's like keeps walking. And you eventually get back into like the farmlands. And you know, say your goodbyes. He goes back to work. This was just like a little break in his day. And then when you spend all day working in the farm the rest of the day?
I think that she did some of it in the morning, and then he came and asked if she wanted to come, and she's just like, yeah. And so
yeah, of course I do.
Yep. And so I think that she went and did that, and so she had already like gotten a lot of what she needed to do done. And so I think that she does, and like more to where it's like, mid-afternoon, like maybe about to be evening. And she decides, she's like, I have enough time to go to the clearing. I want to go. And she's like, it's so hot. The streams are so nice. And so I think that she's like, I'm going to go to the clearing. And she goes there, and she's like still in the same outfit. I would imagine she was wearing like a kind of like flowy dress, 'cause she's like, it's hot. I don't want to deal with that. And so she goes to the clearing, and she's just like in the stream in this dress. Like she's like, I don't care. Like just kind of hanging out. And I think that she's just like laying with like, outstretched limbs floating on her back in one of the like bigger pools of water.
So you do that. You have a nice time to yourself. It's interesting to you that it truly has been to yourself. You've heard this happens ever so often. I mean, it's not terribly late, so it wouldn't be like super noteworthy. And you didn't know if Lucien was for sure coming over for dinner, because he doesn't always tell you. Sometimes he just shows up. And so he wouldn't know that you weren't at home and wouldn't therefore go looking for you.
Yeah.
And so you kind of, you have a nice time just, relaxing in the water.
Yeah.
And you start heading back kind of early evening. And you roll a perception check as you're walking on the mountain paths.
16.
You hear on a path above you, someone is walking in the opposite direction.
In the like where I was coming from?
You are walking on a lower path back to your house.
Okay.
There is someone on a path that is higher up the mountain than you that is walking in the opposite direction of your house.
Oh, okay. Hello. I hope you have a good evening.
Roll, wait, what'd you roll?
16.
You hear someone go, and keeps going.
Yeah, I think that she just kind of like looks up, and she's just like, okay. And then...
yeah, it would be obscured from your sight unless you went to go see who it was. So as you get home, after your dip, you walk in, and your mom is in the living room, sitting in a chair, and she's knitting with something that looks familiar to you from earlier today.
Was Lucien by?
Yes, he was. He said that, and I wanted to thank you very much for the gift.
Me?
Yes.
Why do you want to thank me?
Because you got them for me, didn't you? You left them at his house?
I didn't get these for you.
Well, whoever got them for me.
Lucien got them for you.
Oh, that boy.
He said that he wanted to know what you liked, because he said that he wanted to repay you for always letting him eat here.
She's like going to put a hand on her chest and be like, like
yeah,
that type of face. And she's like, well, you tell him that he's awful for lying to me and that I'm very angry with him.
Right.
And Tav's like, oh no, this is a problem.
I didn't mean to.
She's like, why do you look so happy though? And she's like, oh, and I hope you don't mind, but I let him into your room for just a bit. He said that you left something else at his house.
I haven't been at his house at all today.
That's quite strange. I suppose you should go see what it is.
I guess so.
She's gonna walk upstairs. She's like dripping wet.
Yeah, that is not noteworthy. It's a Hibiscus Fenra. She's like, sure, whatever. I'm gonna knit now with my new favorite thing I own. And as you kind of go up the stairs, she goes back to being like, they're so pretty, and there's so many colors. You know what I mean? She's I'm like in love with these stupid knitting.
Yeah.
They're like other ones that she usually uses. Like one of them is on the floor, and the other one is like in half. She's like, I don't need them. I have these. They're so much better. And I don't know anything about knitting. They're good. They're good ones. They're the BMW. So you go up into your room, and on your bed, there's a little bag, like a little velvet bag with a drawstring.
She's gonna open it.
You could probably guess what's inside.
Like she gets so excited. Like she sees it and she's like, oh, that's why he wanted me to leave.
Put two and two together real fast. And you look inside, you see these lapis lazuli streaky buttons.
Are there more than one?
There are two of those kind. And then there's one that is clear.
Oh, that's so cute.
And it's got little tiny threads of white running through it.
I think that she like is holding them in her hands and she's so excited and she's like thinking of everything that she could like put them on. And I think that she's just like, no, they have to be free. They can't be fixed to something. I have to be able to wear them everywhere. And so she's like, these are the like type of buttons where she'll like put a pin through it to like her dress or whatever so that she can like wear them with every outfit. And I think that she just like lays down on her bed and she just has them in her hands and she's just holding them to her chest, just like smiling to herself. She's like, that was really nice of him. Also really expensive. And she like kind of feels bad about that.
Yeah, like Lucien is walking home from this and like gets to his house, he opens his pocket and it flies out. It's like, well, I've got oatmeal. I'll be eating that for a bit. And as you start looking at the ceiling with these buttons arranged around you in your room, think about the feeling filling your chest. And it was a feeling that you have thought about many times, but you really have no frame of reference, no context from really which to approach it, and sort of no one you can ask about it. That you haven't already asked at least, and you feel like you've gotten the information that they could give you. But it's confusing to you, and it's really powerful, but it's completely foreign to you. And you're kind of lost in this feeling. And then all of a sudden, you hear a voice go, Tavumile? Were you listening?
What? I'm sorry, what?
You were listening the whole time? Man, I'm going to talk to somebody else. Don't talk at all.
You could talk to me. Actually, no. I just wanted you to not talk. I'm going to take that back.
Man, nobody wants to talk to me.
Hey, I think that none of us should be talking at all. I'm sorry that I wasn't listening. I was thinking about Lucien.
No, it's fine. I just, it's not important what I was saying.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I just thought you were listening because you looked really focused, but I guess it was just you being not focused.
What was he saying, like, for Yezi's reference? What was he saying? Because I think that she'd be like, oh my god, he said this.
He was asking about her mom.
Okay.
Because the topic of moms had sort of floated up into the conversation. Yezi knows that Fingers had previously been like, blah, 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 mom's house and all that stuff. And so he was like, I know that we're going to have a lot of, time to talk about this later. I don't want to make you upset or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But, so you mentioned your mom, and I was just wondering if, you had found her. Or, like that was what Fingers was doing. And then he was like, no, I didn't, forget it.
Tavumile, he was asking if you, like, had found your mum or something like that. Oh, sort of.
Oh, really?
A little bit. The place that I was at before I came here, apparently she was there a night. Didn't tell me that, but they made it clear that she was there and that she was alive. And I think that she's still there, but I knew that if I stayed there, I couldn't help her. Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? She was where? I don't really know where I was. It was a place out in the forest, and I had to ride through the forest for a little bit to get to the gates. And it was like a tower. It was a really tall tower, and I jumped out of the top window. You jumped out of a window?
That's cool. I mean, you know, that's cool. Like, come on, right?
I mean, yes, but I'm very confused as to it must have not been that tall of a tower.
No, it was really tall. It had it took me like a minute to fall to the ground.
How are you alive?
Is this sorry, I hate to, interrupt. Is this really a conversation we'd be having at this moment?
No, I don't think that it is. I think that maybe we should get to your house, Fingers, and then we can talk about this. All right, I'm sorry.
I don't know. I was just trying to. I don't know.
I get it. We're all excited that we have found each other.
Yeah, well, because I was thinking if we found her and then we found her mom, then we only really have to, it's only one.
Look,
because
what?
If she was okay, and then, Tavumile's okay, then at least they're,
I think that my mum's all right. I hope that she is.
So maybe that'll be enough, or I don't know.
Enough?
Forget it.
Look, Fingers, even if her mum was okay and we knew where she was, she's not here right now. And there are quite a few of us who are hurt. And I think that we need to regroup.
I'm just trying to look on the bright side,
I'm glad that you are. I'm just also trying to say that we all need to take it easy for a couple of hours or something.
You're right. We shouldn't.
If Lucien was here, he'd be able to fix everyone. What? Oh,
Lucien couldn't fix himself, so.
What are you talking about?
You
said that he was.
Hey, Thalen, do you want to maybe put a sock in it? I'm sorry.
Can you tell me what happened? Is he hurt? Like, really hurt? Are you guys going to keep lying to her? Or.
We're not lying.
Lying's not good.
We're not lying. We're just. Look, okay, Yezi, look.
What?
I don't really see the point in being all, hard about it, right? Being all intent and being all, having to say everything right now,
I'm not being hard about it, and I'm not being intense. Look, he was pretty hurt the last time that I saw him, but he was alive, and that's good. And he was alive the last time that you guys saw him. So he, okay, why couldn't he fix himself?
He had kind of already, I think, done most what he could do,
So he was really hurt.
Well, I mean, he was okay. He was okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, he did have a potion as well. Yeah, I mean,
I made him take it.
It was a group effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really didn't want to take it.
He certainly didn't.
He doesn't like being taken care of. One time he was sick and I came over to help him and he was upset that I did.
Wouldn't that be like a nice thing though? Having somebody like, take care of you or something.
Listen. Yes.
I think it's nice.
Yeah, it would be.
Lucien always takes care of me when I'm sick, and I get really excited about it because I know that he's going to be there and he can't just leave because he has other patients, because I become his patient.
Are you like... I don't want to... Because he definitely... And I don't want to do this right now.
Do what?
So maybe we shouldn't. Never mind.
I'll ask. I mean, we are all thinking about it.
Should you, though?
Why not?
I don't know.
Do you like him? I love Lucien. Right, I don't mean it like that. I mean like... Are you two in like a relationship or something?
Is that our business?
No, it's not.
Touché.
No. Why aren't you?
I'll say they better not be, because we were definitely going to go on a date. Ouch.
You were going to go on a date together?
Why do you sound so surprised? I feel like it's kind of surprising. Maybe, I mean, I don't want to be a jerk about it. Thalen, he like punches Thalen in the shoulder. He's like, ouch.
It is kind of surprising.
It's crazy how I'm actually in more pain now.
Well, I've never really been asked out on a date before, and I didn't really understand why you were doing it. And
you should all just leave me behind at this point, really.
we're not going to leave anyone behind. Have you ever like talked to him about any of this? Like, did he not want to be in a relationship with you? I've never talked to him about it. One time I told him about how people would ask me why we haven't started already, and I didn't know what that meant. And then he said that he didn't want to tell me. Like, he was really embarrassed about it. I can imagine why. Do you know what that means? I didn't know what it meant when people were asking me. And then I asked my mum about it, and then she didn't want to tell me. She said that I knew what they meant, and I didn't. And then Lucien told me that people were asking if we were together, like in a relationship. And he said that it's kind of embarrassing. And I didn't understand why it was embarrassing. Well, it's embarrassing because Look, I don't know Lucien really. I mean, I had an interaction with him once in a very kind of way. She kind of like... It like realizes that Tavumile doesn't really know. And she's like, I don't think this is
not the venue. Yeah. Roll, before you do anything else, roll a perception check.
As
Yezi.
Okay. And
a disadvantage one as Ethiad.
Okay. 11 for Ethiad, 13 for Yezi.
Okay. This doesn't occur to Ethiad because it's not something that he would understand based on his idea of relationships. But this conversation, Tavumile looks young for her age. She's 20, but she looks like she looks 20.
Yeah.
She's 20 and she looks 20. Lucien does not look near Tavumile's age, really. And Yezi saw him like Lucien Prime, like pre-injured. That was the other thing, is Ethiad was like, he was really goofed up when I saw him, so it was kind of like whatever. Lucien looks meaningfully older than Tavumile. So as Tavumile's talking about them and talking about them like being in a relationship and things like that, it kind of strikes Yezi as surprising.
What part of it?
That is the dynamic, because she had an idea of Lucien being whatever, some sort of something to Tavumile, looking for her, whatever that means. Yeah. And protecting her mom and being there at their house and stuff. So she's imagining perhaps Tavumile as being older. Because Lucien looks older. Yeah. So she's like, are you in a relationship? And that kind of is like sticking out in her head. Yeah. Like, how old? What is the age difference?
Tavumile, how old are you? I'm 20. Right. And how much older is Lucien? He's 24. Really? Only 4 years difference? Yes. when we were kids, he didn't want to hang out with me at all because 4 years is a lot. When I was 7, he was 11, and that's like a big age difference. And then when I was 11, he left for 5 years. And why did he leave for 5 years? That's a really
Yeah,
long...
Z, use your brain. Like, no offense, but what do you think?
Right. Look, I didn't have to really deal with any of that. Sorry. And you don't have to answer that.
All right. Well, and then he came back, and I was 16, and I was hoping that maybe now he would want to hang out with me. And then he didn't for a while.
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't feel like he looked that much older.
I don't think that he does either.
Really? Has anyone seen you? You look really, actually kind of, you look 20. I'll just put it that way.
Well, I am 20.
I guess you're right. Has he really never asked you to go out on a date with him or be more than friends?
No.
And nobody here finds that weird. I have no conception of any of this at all. I really have no... I thought that if you wanted to talk to a girl, you had to marry her, so... What?
And I'd just like to say that he just said he was looking for her, not that they were desperately in love or something.
Right. Would you go through everything that you went through just to look for a girl that maybe you just saw as a friend? By yourself. There are police and armies and clans and stuff like that.
I will say, Yezi, I did get stabbed.
Right, and you were going to go out on a date with her.
So, perhaps you're asking the wrong person.
I think I'm asking the right person. I think that you're proving my point.
Well, either way, somebody else talk, please.
Why do you care so much? Or like, why are you curious about this?
I don't know. I mean, I know that you're not going to be quiet, so I might as well have fun with this and not just be here annoyed. I'm sorry.
I mean, we're almost there, so...
Are we?
Time flies when you're having in-depth conversations. Yes, it's all I'm saying, okay?
I guess so. Have you ever, kissed him or anything like that?
Okay, so maybe... Yezi, can you cool it a little bit? Like, what's the deal? This is like entertainment or something?
A little bit.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Do you want to entertain me in a different way?
Ooh, I'm gonna... You know what? You talk about that.
Ooh,
No. He hasn't. And I haven't tried either.
Do you ever think about it? I think that she kind of is quiet for a little bit, and then she looks down and she's like, I don't know.
I am now.
Well, I mean, why don't you try?
Yes, you gotta stop stirring stuff up, man. You know? You gotta let it happen organically.
Do I? I mean, I'm not going to make her do anything.
You just filling her head with notions and stuff, you know?
Is this one of the people that I shouldn't listen to?
Oh, absolutely.
No, it is not.
Look, no offense, right? Look, you're just a little... He's gonna, put himself in between you and Tavumile. He's be like, you're just a little, you know. You're just a little.
Just a little what?
He's gonna, look you up and down. You know what? I don't know. But it's been a long day, you know?
It has been a really long day.
He's gonna like look over his shoulder at her, and he's gonna look at you. He's gonna look at the world.
Yeah.
And he's gonna kind of use his body to walk you away from her a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna be like, "Hey, we haven't found him yet. What game are you playing?"
I guess you're right.
Yeah. What happens? We don't find him, and then you're doing this. Why? Entertainment?
No. Sorry.
He's gonna like step back and kind of give you like I said what I said, you know, like a little nod. And then he's gonna be like, kind of like keep walking, kind of like look back at everybody and go, sort of harshen the vibes.
Did I do something wrong?
No.
Oh, Tavumile, I know that feeling, and most of the time it's not true. It's just your brain making you feel like you did something wrong.
Fingers is gonna like look over at Ethiad.
Yeah, I feel like Ethiad is so... At this point, he's exhausted, first off.
Oh, yeah.
And second off, I feel like he's been, like, thinking about gangrene and being like, money on me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You okay,
bud? A lot going on, you know, and then says that, and he's just like, great.
What's going on, man?
You know, life.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I do know. He's gonna give you like a lopsided smile.
That's why we make a great team, you know.
He's gonna like offer his hand out. Roll a percentage check.
Okay.
4. You don't know what the heck the deal is.
And he's just gonna stick his hand out and just put it in his hand, like, is this what you wanted?
And he's gonna like hold on to it, and you feel radiating from him the vibes that is not what he was looking for.
I'm not good at this.
He like squeezes your wrist and then lets go and was like I said, we're almost there, so
All right.
let's
Phelan,
yes?
can you try and help walk a little bit more? You're a little heavy, and I'm trying to carry your weight. But...
sorry. Yes, I'm all over it. And he's gonna like, kind of like, muscle himself up a little bit. And he's like, okay, let's go.
If I'm going to say one thing.
Oh, good.
Oh, do you not want me to at all?
What? You say a thing.
Once we get there, you, and she looks at Tavumile, have to change. What? Change? You cannot be wearing a Weathway soldier uniform.
Oh, that's an excellent point.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Does she laugh?
Yeah.
He like smiles, and it's a very like, oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Look, I got clothes there still. I pretty much just wear, well, not this, but my typical, you know, Thieves Guild uniform. So.
Do you have anything that I could wear?
No, but you see what I do have is a mom who's a woman.
That's great.
So we can, I bet. And there's like girls. Anyway.
I've been trying to change my outfit for a couple hours now, and nobody wanted to switch dresses with me. What? You were just asking people if they wanted to switch?
That sounds like her. That sounds like something. Yes, I'd say that's all. That's par for the course.
What does that mean?
Thalen, what does that mean? Yes, it sounds like her. That's what it means. Fingers, how close are we, really?
Yeah, I was just about to ask that question.
Oh, we're like almost there. I know that all the tunnels.
You keep saying almost there. That's not really like a descriptor.
What do you want? Feet, inches, centimeters?
That would be nice.
We are 2,675 centimeters away.
You're so smart.
Thank you. And he's gonna like put his head down and keep walking.
Can I ask a question?
From who?
To who?
I guess to everyone.
Yeah.
Alright. How do you know?
How do you know what?
Like, that you want to be in a relationship with someone?
I think we should drop it. Huh? Huh, guys?
Why?
I don't know. He's gonna, like, fix Yezi with, like, a pointed stare.
Because we don't want to talk about it. Oh. Alright. I'm sorry.
I would say that I am the wrong person to ask. Again, I really don't understand
It's
any
okay,
of
man.
this.
It's okay, man.
I know, yeah,
You understand other stuff.
thanks. Right, look,
How about we talk about this if we find him? Well, I know that we're going to find him.
how do you know that?
Well, because I believe that we're going to, and that has to be true. If I believe it enough, then I feel like I'll make it be true.
I'm not, and she like looks at Fingers, who she's just like, I don't want to make him more mad at me, and be like, that is a great way of thinking.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, Yezi,
What?
how do you know?
Are we not going to drop it?
Oh, sorry. I thought
If you want me to talk about it, I can.
I don't know. I thought you were gonna answer.
I do want to talk about it, but you said that you didn't want to.
I've changed my mind.
My head hurts so much.
Don't listen.
It's a great idea.
I think that it is different for everyone. I mean, I think that some people don't care about that type of thing. The previous guy that we just interacted with.
Hale.
Yes, I know his name. Is one of those guys that I don't think would care to feel that way about anyone. I know for me, when I like somebody, I mean, I have never actually had a relationship like the one that I think that you are thinking about.
What do you think I'm thinking about?
Why don't you tell me? I'm not just going to read your mind.
Yezi,
What do you think a relationship is, Tavumile?
Well, I think that it's when you spend a lot of time with somebody because you like them a lot and they really like you, and that you want to do stuff for them and that they do stuff for you. And, well, I asked Lucien one time what was so different about a relationship and what we were doing, because it seemed like we spent a lot of time together and he'd be at my house all the time for dinner and stuff like that. And he said that people would do like other stuff too, like hold hands and hug and kiss and stuff like that. And he said that you also feel about them a lot differently than you feel about your friends.
Yeah, I think that is a good perception of that. I've never had that, so I can only speak so much to knowing that you find someone attractive or something like that. I think that
for me, and like I said, that it can be different for everyone. You think about them a lot, and you want to be better because of them. You care about what they think, even if you don't want to. And, well...
Do you not want to?
What? Care about what people think about
Nothing.
me?
Keep talking.
And I mean, a big part of it too is that you find them cute, attractive, like they look better than everyone else that you see. And you think that they're more interesting, and you'd rather be like talking to them about stuff than like other people, I mean, I do think about Lucien a lot, and I get really excited to spend time with him. And any time that I was supposed to go somewhere else with somebody, I would always ask if Lucien could come, even if he couldn't, because I really wanted him to, and I wanted him to know that he had the option. And he's handsome. I always thought that he was. I would say that you probably have stronger feelings for him than friend feelings. I was talking to some ladies outside of the town right before I was supposed to go in, and one of them said something similar. I guess they went through a breakup earlier that night, and I asked them how you know that you not like somebody. Wouldn't the fact that you're questioning it kind of give you a hint?
Yeah, I would think that makes sense to me, I mean, like, it would make sense to me.
Do you have any input on this, Fingers?
No.
Can Yezi roll an insight?
Yes.
21.
Crap. When she says, like, do you have any insight on this? Fingers is like, you watch him try to put up some sort of other thing than what he was thinking about behind his eyes.
Yeah.
Like, try and construct some sort of other thing that he was thinking about. And a valiant effort was put forth. But you can see on his face that he was like, yeah, if you're questioning feelings, then, maybe you have them, You're thinking about him, and you're thinking about him, and you think about them a lot, and then you think about how maybe they, like how they think about you, and then you think about how, maybe that means something.
I think it does.
I think you're rambling. Oh, no, it wasn't.
Alright.
Keep talking.
Like I said, I think that may be a hint that you do have feelings. But also, if all of the things that I am saying resonate with you, perhaps, what does resonate mean? Like, if something resonates with me, if you feel like they make sense to your situation, well, I feel like they do. But also those ladies that I was talking about, they said that, or one of them said that I probably do like him a lot. And then Hale, that other guy, don't listen to anything that he says, please. He is not somebody to be trusted. Well, he did say that it would be settled. He brought up that, Lucien looking for me and doing all the stuff, and that wouldn't it be settled? I didn't really know what he meant at the time, but maybe it's one of those things, I guess so.
Look, maybe you could think more about this when we find him. Well, all right. I guess so. I just kind of want to have an answer before I do find him, because I don't know. I don't want to be happy that I found him, but then also be thinking about this, because really I can only think about so many things at once. Okay.
Thalen like chuckles.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, I understand you're trying to answer these questions. Look, I will say, and now that I know this is the situation, it strikes me as odd that he never seemed to explain, if he had these feelings to you.
Men are cowards.
All of the men go,
Yeah.
guess we're cowards, guys.
I agree with Yezi.
Coward, huh?
I agree with Yezi. I think that I would never tell a girl.
Am I a coward? I'm a coward. I'm happy, certified coward. Capital C.
I see you, Thalen.
Am I a coward? Ethia, do you think I'm a coward? Yes, you don't listen. Ethia, do you think I'm a coward?
I think Yezi's like staring directly at him.
Do you think? Here's a question for that class. Do you think? Listen, we all met Lucien, talked to Lucien, right?
Right.
All of us did. Do you think he would be the type of guy who, if he had feelings, wouldn't let someone know? Or, would he would be afraid? Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just like
He wouldn't even describe to me what she looked like. I tried. Look, I mean, honestly, I didn't really...
Oh, no. That's so much.
He seemed like a complicated guy.
Well, maybe you didn't want to describe what he looked like because he thought he would,
He really seemed...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, I would...
Do
okay.
you think that he likes me?
You know what, Tavumile? Give just, 5 seconds.
One...
Just go ahead. No, just go ahead and put your hands over your ears. 5 seconds.
Oh, alright. She, puts her hands over her ears.
Alright,
She listens easily.
Listen, yeah, I know, it's great. Not like, ooh, gross. Ugh, stop. Don't look at me with your eyes. If he loves her so much that he wouldn't... why wouldn't he just tell her? Why is this going on?
I don't know. Look, none of us are Lucien, right? Maybe there's, other stuff going on that we don't know about. I mean, look, we don't know what Eladrin's in where I come from.
5 more seconds. 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
She, puts her fingers back over.
Keep going.
Where I come from, if you wanted to talk to a girl, you had to marry her.
Okay, Yezi and Thalen,
What?
hands over ears. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, do it. 3, 2, 1, please do it. Ethiad.
Yezi's I'm not going...
Ethiad, we come from the same place, and that's not true.
What do you
We'll
mean?
talk about it later. I don't know where you got this idea, but we literally come from the same place. That's not true. Okay, anyway, so back to the thing.
Right. Can I ask a question? Actually, this is not the time. Never mind.
Fingers is gonna look at Ethiad.
Anyway,
okay, great. So we have to find him now.
Can I take my hands off my ears?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, well, we for sure, I mean, before too, but now also, for sure, also now, for sure. Right, guys?
Right.
Right. You'll be pleased to know that we're here, and he's going to look up, and there is a, half-moon, tiny, skinny half-moon shape of, a manhole cover, and, a ladder. And
Aylin, are you going to be able to climb that?
oh, bollocks. And you like look up at this half moon, and as you look up, you hear it go clink, and then unclink itself as someone like stepped on it.
Let me...
Hopefully that doesn't happen when we go up it.
Let me... Can I go up there first? I feel like I'm really good at not being seen, and that was definitely a person. That was really, really a person.
I mean, my mom's house. You know, shouldn't I go up first? You don't even know what you're looking for. You know.
I'm just looking to see if there's anyone in the street.
Oh, well, that makes sense. You're gonna go up.
Yeah.
Cool. So as you go up, the camera does follow you for a bit, and then it continues going upwards. And it goes upwards more and more and more. This relatively long ladder. This is like a snake eater level ladder that is meaningful to someone else. It's long, is the point. And so it would take you a minute to get up there. So the person who presumably stepped on the manhole cover, they sounded really heavy also. like super heavy. Like 2 people maybe even. Maybe somebody carrying someone who is fully just dead weight. And the camera follows this flash as they absolutely annihilate this manhole cover. Go ahead, roll athletics check for this 6'4" Usain Bolt impressionist.
16.
Cool. So you pretty like you saw the manhole cover and you're like, I'm gonna do this because of the noise it'll make.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're just like, that was great, super satisfying. And the manhole cover shifts slightly underfoot and it shifts back kind of into place and unhalf moons it.
Yeah.
And now it's like fully sitting.
Well,
Just
now
where it was.
I did a favor to the city. I fixed something that could break an ankle.
As you keep moving, if you want to, you've been kind of like, to an extent, kind of like keeping Lucien busy with your voice, checking in on him as you jog with him on your shoulders.
I think that as she's running, she's going to be like, you still awake? All right. Are you going to be like Compass Mentis when we get there? I'm going to be able to like answer some questions and stuff like that. I mean, I'm going to fix you up, so you're going to be feeling a bit better, but I'm sure that the proprietor of the house will want to know a few things.
He's not going to answer you with words. So he's just kind of like grunting at you.
Well,
you can roll a disadvantage medicine check if you are so inclined, since you are working.
that one.
Wow. Okay, cool. So, you go to kind of like tap into that part of you that is very in tune with a part of you that existed in the past and has returned. And all of a sudden, where that person was and the source of energy that you tapped into, you go to plug into it again, and it's fully, the battery is drained. And you feel as you try and step into that role, you feel all of a sudden this kind of pit in your stomach, and this feeling that it was also part of the experience of being back in that person who was on the battlefield trying to rescue people, of just bone deep exhaustion. And as you go to kind of extend yourself again to do this thing that had been so easy the last time you did it, it's not there for you anymore. And you fully have to just stop running.
Okay.
And you just kind of like screech to a halt.
I feel like my heart's gonna explode.
And your Lucien like is just on top of you.
Yeah.
And
how far away am I from Meredith's house?
You
now?
can see her house is like 100 yards, so it's
cool.
like you're right there.
She's gonna continue walking. And I think that she's gonna be like, I know that. Oh boy, like she's just like feeling her heart pounding, and now the adrenaline's kind of gone, and she's like, I'm feeling all of the lactic acid.
Yeah, and you can feel the space where you got stabbed, each time your heart beats and blood like courses through it, you feel like a drip like slide down your arm and just pain in that one spot.
Boy, I have not been this messed up in a hot minute. Whew. All right.
And now that you are stopped, you were conspicuous before because you were running. Now you're conspicuous and visible to onlookers. And there are still onlookers. A lot of them are drunk and a lot of them are not paying attention to you, but you are noteworthy now in a way that you can be interacted with. So I'm going to roll something. Go ahead, roll stealth.
Okay.
If you want to, or...
Okay, I'm gonna then cast Guidance on myself. It's a cantrip, so I can add a D4 to whatever roll that I'm doing.
Okay.
I hope I can cast Guidance on myself. I mean, the way that it's worded is that you touch one willing creature once before the spell ends. The target can roll a D4 and add the number.
You're a willing creature.
Okay,
I don't freaking care. So you can cast it on yourself?
Yeah.
Then you can roll a disadvantage stealth check +4.
Disadvantage?
Yeah. You are injured a lot and you have a guy on you that the world is looking for.
I guess so.
Yeah.
15.
Okay. You have enough wherewithal to not just stop in the middle of the street and start being an idiot. And you clocked while you were running 2 Weftway soldiers who had been kind of like shooting the breeze with each other. Like, we're never going to find this freaking guy, you know?
Yeah.
And we're done. I'm done. I'm over it. You get the general vibes as this is like a Shay piece of information.
Yeah.
As the night has progressed, it has gone very much from we got to find this guy to we're not going to find this guy.
Yeah,
and we're all
for
exhausted.
sure.
So the general level has kind of decreased, and they saw you running past them and are very much looking at each other like, that looks like somebody else's problem. It's been a long night for us, and I really don't need to know what's going on with that. Probably just cry. You know, Waypoint Town is known for the ne'er-do-wells and all that good stuff. Also, Lucien looks extremely different from how he looks normally at this point.
Oh, because, all the freaking,
Whatever the Ethiod's art project, he's wearing, like, a suit.
Yeah.
And he's extremely injured, and he's a different color underneath whatever goo is on him. So it's, like, all different. And you just look insane, and they're like, literally, I don't want to know. So you kind of clocked them back there, though. In the event that they did want to know, you were like, I'm going to get in the, just pull off to the side of the road just a little bit.
Yeah.
So you're kind of walking, slightly obscured. And at this point, though, you are walking.
Yeah. I think that the reason why she doesn't just fully stop to catch her breath is that she's just like, I know that when you run for a really long time and then you just stop, that really does not help you out at all. It just makes it worse. Boy, you're heavy.
Good roll. A D20.
Okay. 10.
Nothing
added?
No.
Okay.
It's flat. It's a luck check.
Okay.
You hear behind you the sound of something large and metal sliding onto a cobblestone road.
Okay. As she's walking forward, she's going to kind of glance behind her to look.
And you hear someone go, look, I know it's right. We're here now. So you stop whining. I know it's a long ladder, okay? Look, I'm sorry. I was just stabbed. So
I'll catch you if you fall. I'm right behind you.
Please don't.
Well,
let me fall.
No.
Thela, don't be like that. And you hear that conversation like going on behind you as people are lifted kind of out of the manhole.
I think that Everson's going to be like, I don't know about that. Like, people coming out of the ground now.
Go ahead and roll Ethiod, Yezi, and Tavumile a perception check.
Okay. Tavumile gets a unnatural 20.
Wow.
Ethiod gets a 5. Yezi gets a 3.
Okay, cool. As Thalen goes to climb up the last rung, you hear him go, ugh, and like slips his hand a little bit, and Fingers reaches down and grabs him by the back of his like sport coat.
Yeah.
She's like, whoa there, buddy. I told you it hurt. I'm not used to. And Fingers like helps him out the rest of the way.
We need people not to get more hurt.
What do you want?
Do you want to die falling off of a ladder? That you survived an assassin, and you're going to die falling off of a ladder.
Yes, you're really overestimating my physical abilities, and I do appreciate it.
Oh my god.
As like Fingers hoists him out and kind of like sits him down on the ground. And Fingers is gonna take his glove. He's gonna bite it, pull his glove off, and put the back of his hand on Thalen's face. Be like, at least we're almost here. like kind of gives Thalen like a cockeyed smile. Sorry, what'd you say?
Lucien does that. Does that to me.
Oh, that's so sweet. And as you kind of all come up out of the thing, Ifrison's kind of like,
yeah, like
nothing to see
why
here.
are there people coming out of the ground?
Just gonna keep walking
I'm
forward.
just gonna keep. They don't look. I mean, look, if they're coming out of the ground, I figured maybe they're also criminal. One of them's wearing. No, actually, none of them are wearing Thieves Guild uniforms.
Nope. What did Yezi roll?
A 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Tavumile got the highest, the 20.
As you, Ifrison, kind of like turn to look behind you as people start pouring out of this manhole unaccountably, Fingers sits Thalen down on the ground, puts his hand on the back of his face, and you, Tavumile, say, Lucien does that. Lucien goes, oh. And Tavumile hears it.
She's gonna like look to where she heard that.
Tough.
Wait.
What? What's up?
Does she when she looks? How far away is Ifrison?
Probably like 30 feet.
Okay.
Like far, like pretty goodly far. And it's like something that like, well, I guess I don't know if 30 feet she would be able to hear that, especially in like a city. So we'll say like 20 feet.
Okay.
I don't know. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
Far enough away that you would be able to hear someone go, like that like volume.
So not super far. Like it. Okay, so she's gonna look up. She's going to see this tall freaking lady. Trying to just hug buildings. I feel like being like
in the shadows. Yeah. You hear behind you Thalen go, and Fingers is like, sorry, buddy. Look, we're almost there. Okay, just like stay with me.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Tavumile, what's
ma'am? And she's gonna like walk forward because I feel like Lucien is enough kind of draped over her shoulder that you can't really see his face.
Oh, you know, because you're backwards, so his head is on the front of
okay.
Yeah, like Iffy's back is to the crew.
Okay.
So there's no way.
Ma'am.
Tell me what's
Hey there, lady. I've got places to be. I'm not gonna stop right now.
Yeah, we actually do too. So
great. No, I'm sorry. Why are you carrying someone like that? Who, can you turn around, please? No. I think Iffy's like, I know this guy's freaking wanted.
Yeah.
I think she also sees this Eladrin girl wearing a Wethway uniform.
Yeah, and it's like, what's your deal? Are Yezi, because Yezi, Ethiod, and Fingers all know what Lucien was wearing.
Yeah, do you want them now to roll? I mean, Yezi doesn't know what Lucien was wearing. She didn't see him.
That's right. Because she only talked before. So it'd be Ethiod and Fingers. Fingers was preoccupied with helping Thalen not die to death. And he's mostly just like, whoa, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Like, and then Ethiod can roll a advantage perception.
Because I think Ethiod is like, oh no. Another person.
Yeah, because everyone right now, Tavumile has suspicions. Everyone else right now is like, why are you talking to someone? We're trying to be...
I think Iffy's like, I know this man's wanted, and also, you're wearing a Wethway uniform,
what's the
but you're not
relationship?
Wethway.
And also, you came out of the ground. Like,
Yeah, is Yezi trying to stop Tavumile, or is she just like...
I think that Yezi kind of is like watching this interaction, because I think Yezi's like, I don't know Tavumile at all.
Yeah,
you know, I don't. There's like I don't know. She's an unknown quantity. I don't really know what she can do. She's alive. She was with Hale. She jumped out of a building.
Yeah, like what is
going on?
Yeah.
And so she's like, I think she can honestly handle herself.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that she's kind of like hugging, like close to Fingers, Ethiad, and Thalen, and just being like, if she's gonna get herself killed,
I'm not gonna. Yeah.
19 perception for Ethiad.
Okay, Ethiad fully clocks the drip.
You have to be kidding me.
What?
Look up that. Ma'am, I'm sorry. Is that man that you're holding alive? Excuse me.
Hi. We
I think that she hasn't turned around because
Yeah,
she's just
fully
like,
facing that way.
and she's just like head back, like.
Yeah, Fingers has put 2 and 2 together now.
Yeah.
Also, it's like is there any way that you could like hand us that guy that you're holding? I know I'm also holding a guy.
What? I'm sorry. I've been running a really long time. I'm kind of out of breath here. I must be losing my mind. Y'all ain't just asking me to hand over this fella that y'all don't know me. Y'all don't know anything about me. I mean, you could do anything. You could try to stop me, but I'm gonna continue walking. I went through a lot of trouble.
Well, she like knows him.
Do you know his name? Perhaps.
is it Lucien?
You've got to be kidding me.
When Tavumile says Lucian's name again, he goes,
It is.
And like Tavumile's gonna sprint towards Iverson, and I think Iverson's gonna like kind of turn around.
mm-hmm.
She's going to be like, all right, fight again?
Uh-huh.
No. And I think that she's going to like very quickly put Lucien down and like get into a fighting stance in between like Lucien on the ground and Tavumile running towards her.
Okay. So when you put Lucien down, you're just putting him down behind you?
Yeah, like next to, like, you know.
Are you being like fast with it? Or like
relatively
gentle
quickly, but I
about-
think that she's just like hurt. Okay.
Yeah. He's like, and like lies down on the ground. And you get into this fighting stance. And as you turn to face Tavumile, you are covered in blood. Your own blood.
Yeah.
From a wound in your chest. And also some of Lucian's blood just sort of casually about you. And you have this sort of like crazed look on your face. Like dark circles, like eyes just fully like bright and wide open. And Lucien is just on the ground behind you, and
I think Iverson is kind of just like, honey, you need to not take one more step near me.
Whoa, okay.
What did you do to him? I'm sorry. Please.
Y'all gonna have to answer some questions, because I don't really know who to trust right now, and I've been running a long way, and I'm real tired.
Look, they know each other. We've been looking for him all night.
Everyone's been looking for him, as it seems like.
My name's Tavumile Fenra, and, what's your name?
There ain't no way.
Look,
Iverson's gonna, like, pinch the bridge of her nose.
Look, do you,
Honey, I'm sorry. Can you give me a second here? Your name's Tavumile.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Look, he said something about if I saw Tavumile, that was a really unusual name.
I'm really, this is great that this happened, and wow, but, look, can we just all go into that house over there?
Meredith's house?
Why do you know my mom? He's gonna drop Thalen. Why do you know my mom?
You're Meredith's kid. Oh, shoot, man. I can't handle any more coincidences than this.
Yeah, you gotta answer my question.
I can have dinner at her house. Often, honestly.
Oh, really?
I do.
That's pretty...
What's your name?
Fingers.
Would Meredith have ever... She would always just say
No,
Mish.
she would,
Okay,
call him Mish, yeah.
Is that really your name?
What, is it like, it's funny or something?
No, it's just unusual. You know, like Tavumile. Can I please see him? Like, Tavumile is, like, staring at Lucien. But I feel like Ifferson hasn't dropped her fighting sense, but not because she's still, like, whatever. I think she's just, like, hasn't realized that she's still doing that. And she's like, oh, yeah, honey, he's a little worse for wear. And the moment that she says, oh, yeah, Tavumile freaking beelines for him.
So you kind of put him, you're hugging the side of the building, you're having this conversation kind of in shadow, and when you put Lucien down behind you, you're in the way. So Tavumile doesn't really get an eyeful of what is she looking at. And as she goes around Lucien, Fingers, like, realizes he dropped Thalen. So, like, goes to pick him up, and Thalen's like, can we go inside, please? And are Yezi and Ethiod just kind of watching the proceedings?
Yeah,
or?
I think Ethiod, like, has his mouth kind of open. He's like, we cannot, oh my god. And I think Yezi is just kind of saying under her breath, like, we cannot be this lucky. Something bad is going to happen. I cannot believe that this is going on.
Yeah. Fingers is like, picks up Thalen and gives him kind of like a ha, and Thalen's like, I'm done. I'm fully done. Just do whatever you want with me. And Fingers starts kind of grabbing at Ethiod and Yezi and kind of corralling you all in the direction of his mom's house. And is Iffy just gonna kind of like turn around?
I think Iffy's like, well, it seems like we're all going to the same place. I'm a little roughed up. Y'all look a little roughed up. I can help y'all, but I can only do so much. So, you know, we're going to get in this house and I'm going to see what I can do. Yeah. And she's going to turn to look at Lucien and Tavumile.
Yeah. So everyone's kind of moving in the direction of, okay, we need to get now into the house, like looking around, kind of, especially Fingers, who's like, okay, great, let's get it together. And as Tavumile gets around Iffy, that's definitely not Lucien. There's no way it's Lucien, because Lucien is blue, and Lucien is fine. He's always fine. Yeah. You saw him sick one time, ever in your entire life. You've never even seen him hurt. You don't think you've ever seen him bleed before. And this is somebody else. It has to be. They're not even the right color, kind of, you know, and they're not wearing the right clothes. It's not his clothes. It's somebody else's clothes.
I'm sorry, this isn't Lucien. Honey, he said his name was Lucien.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, it is.
No, it's not Lucien. He's not cold, and he's not cold, and he's not wearing his jacket, and he's not blue. And
he's blue. Look, see? Come on. He's gonna
This is not Lucien.
Fingers is gonna take his hand and, like, wipe at Lucien's face, and, like, paint kind of comes off in his hand a little bit, and, like, blood and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, Samuel, get it together. Come on. We gotta go into the house.
All right.
I promise that this is Lucien. He's wearing the same outfit that he went to the ball in, and this is sort of what he looked like.
Roll a perception check as Tavumile with disadvantage. Actually, we'll do it flat because you know Lucien.
Okay. 19.
As you kind of stare at him longer, while everybody kind of, like, Fingers starts kind of, like, he's, like, got Thalen, and he's kind of, like, motioning to iffy, and Yezi and Ethiod to kind of like help him get Lucien up. And you see him kind of like moved in the moonlight around. You see like his features, and although they are like bruised and swollen and stuff, you pick up certain details of him that they're unmistakable as him.
Yeah.
Like it maybe it's someone who looks a lot like him or something like that. But it's like it could be no one else.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It could be no one else, but it absolutely cannot be Lucien. There's no way. It's like these two thoughts in your head are existing at the same time.
If he's warm, then that means that something's wrong. And he's not supposed to be warm. He doesn't feel cold at all.
Tavumile, come on.
Honey, I know that. Look, he's supposed to be cold, and if we just get into this house, I can try and fix him up for you. He's alive and kicking, and I'm gonna make him right as rain, right? He needs to be like snow. He needs to be cold. He needs to be blue, and honey, I know. Can I pick him up? Are you...
Tavumile, come on.
If you pick him up, are you going to hurt him? I mean, not more than he is right now.
Can we get a move on?
I'm going to pick him up, honey.
And she's gonna just like haul up Lucien, and I think Tavumile's just like staring at him, and she doesn't kind of like, she was like kneeling on the ground looking at him, and I think that she kind of like doesn't move, and I think that Yezi is like, okay, and she's gonna go over to Tavumile and just kind of like take her hand. She's like, we are going to go inside now, and I will drag you in there if you don't get out right now.
All right. Sorry.
Just as you say that, you hear the sound of footsteps walking around the corner towards you, and a voice saying, and that's when I said, look, if you want my what I've got going on, what on earth is going on over there? Maybe we should see. There's quite a few,
I think Ethiod is going to run up to them, and I think he's just going to be like, hi, I'm sorry, I have a few questions that I've wanted to ask you guys.
What? Hello.
I'm kind of lost, and I got separated from my parents, and I'm really scared. And he's kind of just like, I think Yezi is kind of like, okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
And so, yeah, I think Ethiod just kind of like, he doesn't even look back at them because he's just like, please get the freaking message. And I'm really scared.
Well, unfortunately, that's not our job. So.
Well, but my parents told me that if you see somebody in uniform, then they're probably good people, and they would help you find stuff that you need to find.
The wrong uniform. And we're great people, but it is the middle of the night, and we've been working all day, so...
That's why I'm really scared. I'm supposed to be home now. Like, he's
Yeah,
fully
roll
laying it
deception.
on thick. 7.
You've been quite suspicious, young man.
Okay. I think he's just like, I don't...
Look, why don't you get out of our way? And he's gonna they're gonna kind of like look at him and be like, what are you doing? And they just kind of like walk past him towards this group of people who are kind of moving en masse.
Everson's gonna do a 2nd level command.
Oh, snap.
And they have to make a wisdom saving throw or follow the command that she gives them. And I think that she doesn't say it loud. I think that she just kind of says it in her normal speaking voice. And so they have to save on a wisdom saving throw, both of them, 16.
Dang. What is her command?
I need y'all to get out of here. And that's going to be basically the flee command, which means that they have to move away from them as fast as they possibly can.
Both of them hear her say that, and they look up and say, "And why should we do that?" They rolled a 16 and a 17.
Oh, shit, man.
What do you have there?
I don't like wet white people.
Maybe we don't like you either. And they're gonna walk. They're like walking towards you as they say that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, if we get into my mom's house,
That's what we're trying to do.
if we get in there, then they're not gonna mess with us. Just was trying to get you to move faster. Just keep walking.
All right. I think that I think Tavumile's like being led by Yezi.
Yeah.
And I think that they're just fully gonna keep walking, like take Finger's lead, you know?
Okay. Go ahead, roll me disadvantage stealth check.
From
Whoever is holding Lucien. Because
Okay.
they see all of you, but Lucien is sort of whatever, you know?
Yeah. Well, there is as an action, I can choose a skill or tool for up to 10 minutes, have proficiency with that skill or tool.
Okay.
And then I also have guidance. So,
Can you cast guidance again?
it's a cantrip.
Ah.
Yep. OP
Dang.
freaking cantrip.
Yeah.
So can I do that to make it a flat roll and then do guidance? The proficiency with the... Or I guess proficiency, you just add your proficiency bonus rather
Yeah.
than... Okay.
Sure, that's fine.
So still disadvantage, but
Is that also a cantrip?
it's just a thing I have for being a monk.
Oh, it's a feat?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, cool, sure. Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Because you definitely already used it. So is it like a once a day thing?
It says as an action.
Oh, well, go for it then.
Okay. I add 10 to this plus a...
I'm not gonna let you also use guidance.
All right.
You can pick one to use.
I'd rather add 10 to the roll.
Well, what is your proficiency bonus? Is
Plus 4.
Plus 4?
And my stealth is plus 6.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, add 10 to your stealth roll.
14.
Okay, cool. But one rolled a 2, one rolled a 6. It's like make her sweat, and then anything would beat it. So you have Lucien. You're beat up, and you have Lucien in such a way that he looks kind of just like part of you.
Yeah.
Like more of you, like injured. Like you're dragging one leg behind you or something like that. And as they kind of move to like walk towards you, like you look rather injured there. Human? Elf?
Both.
Who?
Is that interesting?
I do say.
Well, got into a bar fight.
Is that all?
What else do you want?
Roll deception.
5.
Oh, wow. One of them is going to, you say that as you're kind of like walking away from surrounded by other people, and you say, I would request that you stop and face me when you speak to me.
I think that Yezi is going to kind of stop holding Tavumile's hand and kind of just like push her forward to just be like, just go, whatever. And then I think Yezi is going to kind of walk to the Wethway. Are they like, are we next to them now, or are we past them? Like what? Because we kept walking.
They're behind you, and you guys are facing Finger's house, like walking in that direction. So it's like you're in a line, kind of.
So I think Yezi is kind of just like, right, they're gonna keep moving forward, like whatever. And she walks behind and she stands in front of them. She's like, what more information do you want? I can give it to you now.
What is it that you're doing walking towards the orphanage with an injured, mixed person?
Does it matter that she is mixed?
That's beside the point.
You know that people who live in the orphanage grow up, right?
Oh, you're trying to... I see, well.
You don't see very many Genazi around here, do you?
We do not.
Why do you think that is? Do you see very many mixed people around here?
Fortunately not.
Where do you think that their parents are? Not around. And because this town is full of people like you, we don't
People
have
like
a good
us.
adoption rate.
You have a problem with people like us.
Never said I did.
You hear a sound,
Mm.
as you can imagine someone is knocking on the door and just like banging on it, and you hear fingers like breathing. Like you hear whispering something into the door, basically.
Yeah. Yezi's gonna look behind. I think she's gonna wait for them to go inside.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any more questions, or can I go and see the person who helped me when I was a kid?
You hear the door open behind you, and everybody else is kind of overgathered in that area. And when Fingers knocked on the door, he was just like, "Mom, you better open the door right now." And you heard on the other side of the door a voice go, "What am I looking at here?" Like you hear a voice say that. Like all of you who do not recognize Fingers' mom's voice, and Iffy, who knows that that's Meredith, hear her say that. She goes, "Go hide in the basement. I don't know what this is, but it's not good."
Sorry, Meredith.
And then you hear a door open, and there's a, what's it called? Hook? Like a door chain?
The latch.
That is still chained. And she opens the door and like peeks out, and it's like, "Mish? Hi, Mom."
Is that who you are? Oh, shit. I mean, this isn't the right time to be doing this.
Give me freaking... She's gonna like look over like past all of you, and she's gonna like unchain the door and be like, "Hey, you two, what's going on over there?" And you see Yezi sees both of these like guards look up, and they're like, "Evening, ma'am." She's like, "Why don't you take a walk, huh?" And they both like look at her with like such contempt and look at each other and just start walking away. And she turns back at Ethiod, who is looking at her with awe.
Yeah, I think Ethiod's just like, "Oh, this is the notebook."
She looks at him and she winks. And she's gonna look back at Fingers and is gonna be like, "What's going on? Huh?"
I think Yezi at this point starts walking back.
Yeah, and she like looks at him. She's like, "What happened to you? What's all that?" And she's like gonna like, Fingers is looking at her, and you can see he's like all of a sudden become something to look at. Like he was just Fingers before, and then all of a sudden everyone who's looking sees him, and they're just like, "Man,
yeah,
he's really hurt." And he's like holding Thalen, who's also hurt.
Yeah.
He's like cuts like all in his stomach.
I think if he's gonna pipe up, she's holding Lucien the way that she had been this whole time. She's gonna be like, "Meredith, I don't mean to interject or anything like that. I have been running for so long, and this man is so heavy. Do you have anywhere I could lay him down?"
She's like, Meredith is like looking at everything, and she's like, "Hold on, give me a second with my kid, all right?" And then she's gonna like take one hand and put it on Fingers' cheek, and he's gonna move his head away. Like, he's like, "I don't want this." And she's gonna be like, "Mish, what happened to you?" "Nothing. Look, I'm fine. It's not we gotta go inside. We gotta get him inside. We gotta get him inside. I don't know who else. A tall girl's hurt. I don't know. What? You? Hold on a second. I got kids in here, Mish. It's not just, I know. I'm sorry. I don't know. Just gonna freaking roll something.
Does Yezi, has she met Meredith before? Because she knows of her.
No, she's never met Meredith.
Okay.
And Meredith's gonna be like, who even is that, Mish?" Pointing at Lucien.
Yeah. It's not Lucien. But it is. Hi, my name's Tavumile Fenra. What's your name?
My name is Meredith.
Really nice to meet you. Are you Finger's mum?
Oh, yeah, Fingers, yeah.
You made spaghetti earlier today. It was really good.
What?
You gave it to Fingers to eat.
Yeah, we like shared it. It was really good.
Can we please come inside? I know that this is a lot, and I know that I'm asking a lot of you.
Look, sweetheart.
I'm really scared.
What's his name?
Lucien.
Yeah. Look. She's gonna, like, look off into the distance. She could tell, like, when she was, like, asking you about him, she was looking at him pretty hard.
Yeah.
Like, she was, like, taking a good long look at him. And she's gonna, like, look out and be like, the guy from the posters?
Yeah. He didn't do it, though.
Yeah, Mom come on.
It's my farm that they're talking about.
Yeah, she's the one that they're talking about. But it's fine. Look, can we just go inside, please, before anybody else? Look, it's iffy. Like, raise an eyebrow at her.
Yes, ma'am.
As Iffy's holding
Yeah.
Lucian. She's like, when I was talking about hiding people who didn't want to be found.
I know. Look, I did not plan on any of this happening.
Iffy, I wasn't talking about suspected criminals. I mean, maybe if it was just me.
I didn't know that he was when I saved him. Look, I'm really hurt. I got to run in with some folks, and frankly, I thought I was going to die. But, you know, I got a choice in this world, and I wasn't going to die yet.
Look, Iffy.
He was going to save me.
Look at me, okay? You were in the war, right?
Yeah.
You were a medic.
Right.
Does this guy's name not ring any bells to you? Go ahead, roll me a history check.
Okay.
With disadvantage.
I get a plus 12 to history.
Snap.
That one.
Really?
Yeah. Damn it. No, ma'am, it does not. I mean, I know he was a medic in the war because he told me that.
Look, I guess you wouldn't know. It makes sense. I mean, they kept it pretty hush-hush.
What are you talking about?
Anybody else, I mean, look, I'd be persuaded to give him the benefit of the doubt, but if it wasn't,
What are you talking about?
It's just too similar.
I need you to tell me, please.
Mom, I don't get what's going on. Like, can we talk about this later? Can we just go inside? The rest of you can come inside.
What does that mean?
Mom.
Ma'am, I don't know what this fella did, but he was gonna save me earlier tonight, and he's part of the Brethren, you know what I'm saying? I gotta help him. I'm choosing to help him, and I really appreciate it if you made the choice to help him too.
Yeah, Mom, he, like, I don't know what you think he did or whatever, but we just gotta, help him. And, well, I'm hurt. This guy's hurt. You don't know him. Please? She, like, looks at everybody, looks around, and then looks at the people kind of watching this all take place, like, looking up and looking away type of thing. And all of a sudden, if he feels on her leg the fur of a kitty cat who's crawled out from underneath the porch and is sniffing Lucian's outstretched finger, and it kind of twitches a little bit. And she's going to look at everybody and go, all right, come on. Get him inside. I open the door. And you can, if you want anybody who would be interested, I guess probably only Yezi could roll a perception check on Fingers.
Yeah.
For
sure. Perception or insight?
Insight, yeah.
6.
He looks like Fingers spends a lot of time looking bewildered, and he looks bewildered, but there's like an edge to it. Like there's something about it. Like there's something that he obviously this was not something that he expected.
Yeah.
And you can sense that there's like a complexity to it.
Yeah.
And he's kind of he's like standing there as everybody kind of moves in and Meredith moves out of the way, opens the door. He's just kind of standing there looking at her. And Thalen is looking up at him and is kind of like, come on, aren't we going inside? Like motioning like that. And Fingers is like standing and kind of just like his body starts walking inside before his brain can connect to it.
I think that Tavumile's following Everson because she's like, you have, whatever.
Yeah.
And, I think everyone kind of makes their way inside. I think Ethiod kind of hangs out by the door, just kind of standing there being like, I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
Oh no. And I think Yezi walks in and she kind of just like stays close to Fingers. But like not so close that I think she doesn't want him really to notice that she's like following him around. But I think that she's just like, I'm going to be near him.
Yeah.
And I think once they get inside, Everson's going to be like, ma'am, can I put, sorry, Mish, I guess maybe I should ask you, can I put him up in Mish's room so I can sit him down?
Look, can I get organized for a second? And as Yezi, Fingers, and Thalen kind of bring up the rear, and Ethiod presumably also, that kind of crew, they can hear and little tiny sounds of movement in the just around. And go ahead and roll perception checks.
For everyone?
For Ethiod and Yezi.
Okay. 17 for Ethiod, 18 for Yezi.
Wow. They can see, Ethiod and Yezi can see little eyeballs kind of following them as they walk. You hear like clearly somebody was hiding. I mean, you all know this is an orphanage.
Yeah.
You can imagine maybe who that would be. And so you imagine everyone's gone into the little, like, they're like little, like, battle stations.
Yeah.
Where they're like hunting hides where they can see you and you can't see them. And every once in a while you hear like kid noises.
Yeah.
Like, scoot over. Like that type of thing. And then the moment that Fingers kind of walks forward enough into the house and like through the kind of foyer, through the hallway to the kitchen, you hear, Mish? Is Mish okay? And you hear Fingers like hears that and like rolls his eyes and he goes, hey, yeah, guys,
Is that
sorry.
your name?
Yeah, sorry for being gone for a while. Yeah, I'm fine, right? I'm tough.
You're really tough.
See, I'm really tough. Is that the girl? The one you talked about? Shisana, ha ha
The one...
ha. She's pretty. Well, yeah, well, okay, well, did you think I was lying? And then they all walk into... You all, like, walk into
I think that
the
Yezi's like, wait. Her, like, whole, like, interest, like, poking fun demeanor event, like, dissolves because she's like, huh?
And so you, like, Iffy says that to Meredith, who responds.
At this point, Tavumile is holding on to the hand of Lucien and, like, feeling it, like, feeling his, like, fingers and stuff, like, just like, kind of like a worry stone kind of situation. She's like...
Did Iffy put him down?
No, because she's like, I wasn't given permission.
Yeah. So she's, like, holding on to his face. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. yeah, so she's like and she's just kind of like, feels like his hand.
You can feel every once in a while his fingers will like twitch
Mm-hmm.
and then they like go slack again. And you can hear the only noise right now that's in Tavumile's brain is the sound of Lucien breathing.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like he's like breathing through water.
Yeah.
Like there's you know, definitely something you've never heard before.
Yeah.
And now that you're kind of more in the light, because there's like lamps in the kitchen, Meredith like lights one as you all walk in. He's pretty obscured from your vantage point right now because he's still being fireman's carried by Iffy. But you start to get kind of into the details. You can see like the stitching of his pants, and then there's just like blood there. And why would that be? That's not,
Yeah.
It's like when you can't see the big picture, and so you notice all these tiny little pieces of information.
Yeah.
Like Tavumile is like there doing that, and Fingers kind of like walks into the kitchen, and he's like, okay, well, I guess we'll get some stuff and then we'll go.
Actually,
whoa, yeah.
I was hoping that maybe. Sorry. Hello. My name is Yazi.
Oh. Yep. Nice to meet you for the first time.
Right.
I've never heard your name. Mom. Look.
I was hoping that maybe we could stay here just for a night.
Of course.
Really?
Of course you can stay here. We don't have to stay here. You don't want us here?
We are staying here. She gave us permission. Thank her.
You guys can stay here. Mish, you're hurt. Go lie down. No, you didn't want us here. I mean, I don't get it. Look, it was just surprising is all. All right, that's it. I was just surprised. I'm glad you're here. I'm happy you're here. I want you to be here. All right? Fingers is like looking at her, like searching her eyes. And all of a sudden you see, roll a perception check.
Okay.
Because she's really the only one else who this would be meaningful to.
19.
You and Fingers both see Meredith's eyes flash towards Daniel's cubby in the foyer. They were like, it's like very clear to you that that's what she's trying to communicate.
Yeah.
And you see Fingers' eyes like get really big, and then instead of looking at her with like sort of betrayal on his face, he kind of changes to complete just confusion, and you see like kind of like a desperation for there to be some sort of wordless understanding in Meredith's eyes, and she's just like, we'll talk about it later, all right? But you're gonna stay here. I want you to stay here. And Fingers is like, okay. Should we switch though? I mean, I know like we just got here, but maybe we should, before we, you get to work, we should go somewhere else. Do you think? And Meredith's gonna be like, I don't know, I think it would be suspicious if we switched now. I mean, they already came here looking for you.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
So, there's like a lot of, the orphanage, there's like a lot of them, right? Like, there's like a few. Right. So this is one of them.
If I'm being honest, I don't think that the one that is currently not conscious could handle that.
Yeah, well, that's the other part. I think we just assumed do it here, and there's strength in numbers too, so we're all here. I think we should stay together now that we're together again. She like gives Fingers a meaningful look.
Yeah.
And he's like
Yeah.
withering.
Ma'am, can I go put him down, please?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, bring him up to Misha's room. I'll be up there in a minute. Okay?
I'm coming with you. All right, honey. I mean, that's fine. When you come up, can you bring stuff to help me fix him, like bandages, water?
I'll have whatever you need.
rags?
Just you go up there, you go put him down, get to work. And Mish, can you go up with her and just like get her whatever she needs, all right? Clothes, I got clothes, everybody needs clothes, you know, she's like looking at everybody. And she's like, I could probably fix you up, pointing to Thalen,
Yeah.
who's like nods imperceptibly and is like, great. And then she's like, just give me like a minute or two. I got some admin to get done.
All right. Honey, we're going up there now. And like, Efferson looks down at Tavumile and Tavumile's like, all right.
Yes.
And Efferson's going to go up to Misha's room.
Cool.
And Tavumile's following behind.
So it is you, we'll say Iffy, Tavumile, Lucien, and Fingers are all going upstairs.
Mhm.
So downstairs remains Ethiad,
Mhm.
Yezi, and Meredith.
Mhm.
And that's the
I
crew.
think Ethiad hasn't really moved from the front door at all.
Oh,
He's
yeah?
just kind of standing there like, okay. There's am I allowed to come inside? Like, you know, being
Yeah.
all like, I'm just going to
You hear,
disappear in
like-
the shadows.
You hear, like, Ethiad hears, like, what's your name?
Me? Are you talking to me?
He looks like Mish.
My name is Ethiad. What is your name?
That's a stupid name. That's not nice. You shouldn't say things like that.
What's your name?
Exu.
That's kind of a dumb name too.
Oh, like all the kids are like, well, you said your name was dumb and we don't know him and we don't know who he is. You hear like a, like, you know,
Yeah.
noise from one of the kids. And then you hear from the other room, Meredith go, hey, are you Fingers' new friend?
Yeah.
What was your name again? You just told me the nickname.
Right. It is Ethiad.
Okay, Ethiad, why don't you come in here, bud?
Is that fine?
Of course, I'm inviting you, aren't I?
Yeah.
You hear like this, she's like rustling around getting like supplies and stuff like that. And then she's like, all right, we're all together. Okay, so.
Ethiad slowly walks. Like,
Yeah.
But he's like standing in the doorway of the kitchen. Like, he's like, I'm not going to sit down. Like,
Yeah.
you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's like you guys are kind of all just standing around like
Mhm.
what needs to happen, whatever. And she's like, okay, so kids, get to wherever you are, get to where you can hear me, go back to doing whatever it is you're doing, okay? I see that none of you are in the basement as I requested, shocking to nobody. I know you're scared, okay? There's a couple people we got in here. Oh, Thalen's also downstairs.
Yeah.
Excuse me. A couple people we got in here, but that are kind of hurt. So there's that. But don't be scared, okay? Because we're a family, and we're all gonna be fine. And you saw Mish. That's good, right? We all like that. Yeah. See, look, you know, cheerful voice. Anyway, so I know it's all new and scary, okay? She's like piling stuff into like an apron that she's holding
Yeah.
up. I know it's all new and scary, but you'll love this, okay? You'll love this part, I promise you. Until we get this all figured out, no more homework. You just hear a cough, and it's like, yay! No more homework, and Sana and Leela are in charge. Oh, all right. Yay! You hear like two little
Yeah.
high-pitched yays, and she's like, and I'm not going to tell you to go to bed, okay? Because you won't listen anyway, right? Yeah, we won't listen. We're not going to listen to you. Right, all right, everything's all right. And she's like got like the last
Yeah.
of her stuff. And she's going to kind of turn towards everybody who's downstairs. Thalen is like kind of just like in a chair,
Yeah.
like doing whatever. And she's going to like look at him, and she's looking at all of you. She's like, okay, so what else do I got to do? Clothes. there's clothes in Misha's room. I'll get one of the kids to bring you guys down. Whatever you need, we probably have enough as long as you're smaller than fingers. So, kiddo, you might be a little, out of luck on that.
Oh, that's fine. I didn't really get hurt that much.
She's like looking at your like outfit
Yeah.
that's like in like the tatters
Yeah.
from the day, and she's like, right, okay, new clothes.
I would appreciate something that is not a ball gown.
Right. I'll get one of the girls. You guys are probably similar height. Look, I know how it is. Small ladies gotta
Right.
stick together.
Yeah.
I got, and if that doesn't fit, I got stuff in my room. You look great still, so I think you got blood on you. We'll get you a new shirt. And Thalen's like, great, thank you. Okay, food. We got food in the kitchen. If you're absolutely gonna keel over, but if you can wait a bit, I'll make actual dinner, and I'll make something fun, something, like a midnight snack, and you hear, like, she's, like, looking at the ceiling, like,
Yeah.
where the kids are, and she's like, yay, okay, yay, everybody's having a good time. All right, so, if you need me, don't. You there, and she's gonna point at Thalen, and she's gonna, like, walk over to him, and she's gonna be like, I got this, potion that I could give you. And Thalen's gonna, like, look up at her and be like, uh-huh. And he's gonna, like, he's looking at her and she's looking at him. You can roll a perception check if you want
Can
to.
I
as
roll
somebody.
insight?
Yeah, you can roll insight.
Can I do it for both Ethiad and Yezi?
Yeah.
Ethiad got a 5. Unnatural 20 for Yezi.
You're gonna, like, Yezi is looking at Meredith, who is, like, hurriedly trying to get this done.
Mm-hmm.
She's, like, handing, Thalen this potion, and you can see in her face that she's basically saying, I can give this to you, but he won't have it. If that's what you want.
He won't, like...
Lucien. Like, she's like, I can give you this potion instead of Lucien, pretty much.
Hey, Thalen, I think that a bandage and some sleep will do you some good.
Yes, of course. I have no intention of... I'm fine. And he's gonna like look at you like he's kind of like, I had no intention of doing anything else. Like that type of like glance, and he's like, he looks mad at you, like that you would think of him like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that you would dream that he would do something like that. And she's gonna walk over to you. And hand you a bandage and say, thank you for volunteering. And she's going to go up the stairs.
Yeah. Yezi's just going to, like, nod her head and be like, all right. Thalen took your shirt off.
What?
You got stabbed in the side.
Take my shirt off in front of a lady?
I'm not going to put the bandage over your shirt.
All right.
Not
And
to bleed out.
he, like, starts unbuttoning his shirt, and he's like, this is among the worst days of my life. But I suppose that applies to many other people.
I think that the moment that Meredith leaves, Ethiod's like, all right. And he's like going to go slowly sit down very stiffly on a chair.
I'm in somebody else's house.
Yeah.
Like, I think that, like, Yezi and Thalen is pretending that he's dead.
Yeah.
Yezi's pretending that Thalen is dead.
Yeah.
Ethiod is pretending that everyone's dead.
And I think Ethiod's also like clutching the notebook that he had in his pocket, kind of just like thumbing the pages.
You see, like, Ethiod can kind of perceive. Well, roll a perception check.
Okay.
See what you can perceive.
6.
You get the sense, you don't see anybody, you don't feel anybody's presence near you, but you get the sense that there's some folks that are small and are interested in you.
Yeah.
They, like, seem like, you see someone will peek every once in a while, or someone will be like, seems nice. Like,
Yeah.
little tiny voices, and then, like, you're just in the corner, like,
I think in his periphery he sees this, but he does not turn to look at them or anything.
Yeah.
He's just like, please stop.
do not perceive me. Cool. So, Iffy is dragging herself and Lucien up the
Yeah.
stairs after her lactic acid fueled romp
Yeah.
from far away. Fingers is walking behind them, just sort of being like, I don't know what one would need in this situation, so
Yeah.
you're really gonna have to help me out. I got stuff in my room.
Honey, do you have like, look, I'm gonna need some either stiff pieces of wood or some like,
Wood.
honestly, even like sticks would work or something like that. I gotta set a few bones, and I need some
Oh,
bandages,
yeah, I guess I would.
and then I also need some rags and hot water. Well, and can I get cold water? And then maybe even a room temperature water would be better.
Monica's laughing.
And
You hear up coming behind you like pitter patter of feet, and she's like, "Okay, I'm up. We're all up. Everybody's up. Kiddo, take this," and she's gonna hand Fingers a potion.
does Iffy recognize the potion?
Yeah, it's like a cure wounds.
Okay.
And Fingers is gonna say like, "Mom, I'm fine. I really am fine. Give it to Lucien," and she's just like, "Mish, Mom, I'm not taking it. I'm fine. Really, it looks worse than it feels." All right, well, suit yourself. Listen, between you and me, and she's gonna lean in close. You can roll a perception.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to.
I'll roll one for Tavumile, but I feel like she's rolling with disadvantage.
She's with disadvantage. I feel like you can do whatever you want with Iffy.
Yeah, Iffy is listening, but she also rolls with disadvantage.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. 12 for Iffy and 12 for Tavumile.
Okay. You both hear her say, "Between you and me, I think your girlfriend wants to patch up your wounds anyway. She's in the kitchen." And Fingers is like, stop. Maybe stop. I don't want to hear it. And then she goes, "Anyway, if you start feeling worse, you tell me right away, okay, kiddo?" And he's just like, "All right, Mom." And he's going to, like, open the door to his own room, kind of stepping over the Mish plaque that is still broken on the ground.
Yeah.
Opens the door to his room, and the bed is made because, of course it is, but also because you frequently sleep there,
Yeah.
Iffy, which you would know. And it's right near this window with a single crack in it, and the drapes are open.
I think Iffy's gonna be like, "I'm sorry about the bed, Mish, but..." And put Solution down on the bed because she's just like, blood's gonna be friggin' everywhere on this. And she closes the drapes.
Cool. So, as you do that, Fingers, you hear him in the background going, "Okay, bandages, hot water, cold water, room temperature water." You know, like,
Cold water would be great.
I
He's
could
a winter eldrin.
that's great. And he's gonna like, he's gonna start like looking, because he was also like, "I gotta get clothes. I gotta do, there's so many things to get," and he's just like rifling through stuff. And Tommy's gonna walk in, presumably behind. So if he's gonna put Lucien on the bed, and when you lay him down, you roll a perception check.
Was Iffy?
Roll a perception check and a medicine check.
Okay. 12 perception for Iffy. 24 medicine.
Jeepers. So when you put him down, and you kind of like, as you're putting him down onto the bed, laying him down, you're thinking about the progression of him throughout your time with him. He was definitely talking to you and answering your questions. By the time you got to right outside Meredith's house, he wasn't really answering you anymore. He was awake, and you could talk to him, and he would make noises back at you, and you could hear him like breathing quickly, like raggedly, and he would react if you like jostled him in a way. He would make a noise of pain, and now he's not making any noise at all. And as you lay him onto the bed, that becomes evident to you, because you're expecting some sort of protestation or something, and as you kind of start, because you're not going to, delay, as you start kind of in on seeing what's wrong with him, and you're checking, places all over, you see that he is completely just like full sweating. He's definitely warm to the touch, which is, he wasn't warm like this before. And he is like purple, like light purple, like all over. And you start kind of like peeling away at his clothes, like what is like glorified shreds of fabric, and you start like cataloging. Your like clerical mind is cataloging like, okay, this is broken, this is bruised, whatever it is that you need to know. Like he's barely breathing. Injuries and lacerations, what's still bleeding and what's not. And that's certainly happening. That person that you are that can do that is doing that, but the person that is iffy is somewhere else. Just like you are not surrounded by a relatively familiar room. You're surrounded by other people in this way. And it's a feeling that you haven't felt. You felt it a lot today. This is sort of the keenest you felt it. But the only piece of information that you can really get your arms around is the fact that Lucien is wearing a white shirt. Originally you had thought that it was red. And you could see little patches of white, and that kind of strikes you as funny. You know, I mean, it was white. How does Iffy kind of feel as she's looking at this?
I think that she didn't spend a lot of time really assessing people during the war. She wasn't, you know, on the back lines in the tents doing the fixing. She was on the fields bringing the folks to somebody who could do the fixing. And there was like very few occasions where she was actually there in a tent trying to help somebody or figure out what something was wrong, or even just sitting there. And I think one of those few occasions was when she had to go. And she's kind of like remembering then, she's like, well, look, you got that potion for him? Can I see that? And she's like just looking around at no one, because she's just like, I don't know who has it. I don't want to look at anyone. Who has it?
So as you say that, and Tavumile goes to step into the room, Meredith is going to step in front of her, and she's going to say, sweetheart,
What?
you're going to be in our way. Okay?
I don't want to be rude, but I'm not going to go anywhere. He always takes care of me. And he's been taking care of my mum now for 2 years every day. And I want to help him. And I've been looking for him. And
she's going to put her hand on your cheek. She's going to like wipe a big tear away and be like, look, sweetheart, the best thing you can do for him right now is go downstairs and wait with everybody else, all right?
I can't help you at all.
I mean, I don't know how handy you are with a scalpel.
Don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think that you would be... Look, you wouldn't want to see him like this anyway, okay? Let us get him, you know, a little cleaned up first.
Is he going to be all right?
She's gonna like look over her shoulder at Iffy.
Yeah, honey. I mean, he's alive. I was told that he was dead, so it's better.
So she's gonna kind of stand at you and be like, okay.
I'm gonna sit right outside the door.
All right. And as you say that, if you want to, you can try and see Lucien.
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
cool. Go ahead and roll a advantage perception check.
11.
You can see him. You've not really gotten a good look at him, which is sort of, I think, in some part of your mind, kind of a mercy. you've seen him in the dark, and there's a lot of other things going on, and then you've seen him slung over at Iffy's back. And when he said your name, you barely heard his voice. And so now, kind of still that you're seeing him from a distance away, and so it's not necessarily the extent of his injuries or anything that is particularly striking to you. You're kind of seeing him foreshortened slightly because he's lying flat on the bed, and his feet are towards you and his head's kind of away. But you can see his face, and you can see his eyes are shut, and his head's kind of like lulled to the side. And the fact that he's injured doesn't occur to you. I think it's partially your brain is trying to have it not occur to you.
Yeah.
But it's sort of really picking up on his posture, him lying down with his eyes shut, because that was, you almost never saw him sleep. And if ever he happened to fall asleep at your house, it was almost always sitting up, because, reading or working or something in the wee hours of the morning. And he always looked to you like he was just resting his eyes. And all of a sudden they would open and he would continue reading or working or writing something down. And there's something so completely lifeless about this posture that's extremely unsettling.
Promise that he's going to be all right.
I can promise that we're going to do our best, all right?
I believe in you.
She's going to give you like a kind of like a mirthless smile, like a smile that is she's plastered on her face to be like, yeah, it's going to be all right. And she's going to shut the door. Literally, in order for you to sit right by the door, you have to sit in front of the door, pretty much. She does. Yeah, like she's like
fully like
if the door is opened, she's gonna get creamed, slammed into it, and so you're sitting outside the door, and there's just Iffy, Meredith, and Lucien in there.
Well, do you have that potion?
Yeah, I got everything that I got.
All right, let's give that to him right now. And then, what do I have? And she's going to, like, kind of feel through her pockets and stuff that she has. And she will also do a cure wounds as well. So it's going to be 2 different cure wounds. What's the level that the one that Meredith gave?
2nd level.
So that's 2d8 and then another d8. So let me roll that.
What is Meredith's spellcasting ability modifier?
Plus 3.
23 hit points to Lucien. And I think that, like, if he does that, she gives him 2 rounds of cure wounds. And she, like, starts, dipping water or dipping a rag in, like, water and stuff and, like, cleaning wounds and all that. And she's like, now, can you tell me what it is that you were talking about?
What are you talking about? She's, like, elsewhere doing a similar thing.
With not recognizing his name.
Iffy, I really don't want to get into that right now.
Well, I think this is as good a time as ever, because, I mean, we're saving his life right now, so I kind of want to know the folk that I'm saving.
Look, it's not relevant, okay? It was just, like I said, it just surprised me. Is all.
They commit like some war crimes or something like that.
Would roll persuasion with disadvantage.
12.
Iffy, I think we should focus on the task at hand right now, okay?
Yeah. Man, it's been a long time since I've seen something like this.
Yeah.
The last time, I wasn't even doing anything. I was the one having stuff be done to you. Kind of crazy.
Oh. I'm sorry, kiddo.
Why are you sorry? I made the choice. The consequence I gotta deal with.
I say that's a pretty adult way of looking at it. I don't know if I can see it that way.
You could do anything you set your mind to. Anything's a possibility.
I don't know that I feel like that's true. Well, I guess... Anyway.
We're going to do a lot here, but this fella's got to choose to live, so...
You really feel that way, Iffy?
You know, you gotta have a fight in you. If you don't have it, or if you don't want to, doctors can only do so much to help you.
I see what you mean.
Glad. She's gonna, like, give her kind of a smile, being like, most folks don't.
Yeah. Roll a insight on Meredith.
12.
You can tell she's not entirely satisfied with your logic that you've concocted. But she like, you can tell that the "I understand what you mean" was, she's like, I get what, I don't agree, but I get what you're, what you're getting at.
What do you think it is?
Huh?
What do you think it is?
What do I think what is?
I mean, everyone's got a choice in everything in their life, you know. I think that you get a situation put in front of you, and there's never just one option. You've got to think out of the box sometimes, right? And you got to be able to create a choice for yourself if you ain't happy with the ones that you're being given. People got to choose to live, you know. Or tonight, I did that. It wasn't my time, so he's got to do that now.
What if people don't choose to live? Just let them die? It's their choice?
I try everything I can to help them. I want them to see the good choice. 'Cause even though people got choices, I think that there's good ones to make. And it's up to them whether or not they want to make it. Sometimes people are too tired to make the right choice.
Maybe that's it. Too tired.
Maybe so.
Well, I think I've done all that's in my expertise, unless you want to give me some more.
Yeah, can you actually hold these splints while I try to set his leg and arm?
Yeah. And then I'm gonna go check on my kid, okay?
Sounds great. That's me.
Yeah.
I've never met him before. That's crazy. I've been sleeping in his room, and now I finally put a face to it. I didn't expect him to look like that.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that puts a rest to the conflict we got going on.
All the kids been messing him a lot.
Yeah, well, all the kids. She's gonna, like, help you with your task.
You said that he has lingering injuries, right?
Yeah.
So I took a look at that table. Mm-hmm. Are we doing it to that table?
Yeah.
Okay, so for his arm and leg, I would have to make a DC 15 medicine check for it to be fixed properly, but there's still, like, time frame for that to be fixed. And then his ribs are a DC, like, 10 or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have the advantage on those since Meredith is helping?
She will give you the help action on the arm.
Okay.
But on the leg, I'm gonna say that's too...
complicated.
Complicated, yeah.
Okay.
She'll give it to you on the arm and the ribs.
Okay.
So call your shot so that we all know what you're rolling. You know what I mean?
Arm 22.
Okay. You set that sucker like you set 2,000 arms in your life.
A lot of people break arms when they're fighting.
I guess so. I mean, I'm really just holding stuff, so if you think it's good, then it's good.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure.
Listen, they said it's something about him being
a medic.
maybe he'll know.
Maybe, honestly, maybe we'll wait for him to wake up and be like, hey, did we do any of this right?
Yeah. You, like, look at him kind of sadly.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna do his ribs now.
All right.
25.
I was pretty fast. I mean, you sure it's... I guess no. I guess you're not
No,
sure.
I'm not.
Well,
This is what I would do. This is what I remember doing.
look, I
I don't know if the doctors were laughing at my work when I brought them back.
don't know if I don't feel like I could really help you. This seems really complicated.
Or his leg.
Yeah. I mean, I'll hold whatever you need, but
Yeah, legs are kind of
yeah.
big bones.
It's his like femur.
Mhm.
So,
Well, I'm gonna try my best.
all right.
15 on the mark.
Oh wow. Okay, cool. It's like you're like looks like a leg. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you're just like I saw someone do that, and I've done it a couple times. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that
yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
really my bag, baby. And Meredith is gonna look at you like, well, it's straight.
I think so. What the heck is on his face? And she's gonna like take a rag and just kind of like wipe off his face and be like, blue.
Listen, I think we'll get all the details in the future.
Yeah, I'm gonna clean this off his face, and I guess that's really what we can do for him right now.
Yeah. There's like a couple more like scratches and whatever. Like you did like the stuff that was bleeding,
Yeah.
and then you did this stuff, like stop the bleeding first.
Yeah.
You did all the setting of stuff, and then there's like some cleanup action, just like making sure everything's good.
Yeah.
He's got like clothes that are different now,
Yeah.
not like shredded and bloody.
Yeah.
And you have there's like a couple cuts on his like arms and legs. He has the burns from the fire on his arms. And so you still have like one or two things you could do. And Meredith's gonna be like, all right, well, I'm gonna go check on Mish.
All right.
If you think you can if you don't.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right. Do you want me to tell her to wait a little bit more, or?
Well, I don't know. I mean, she won't really be in the way anymore. I'm just cleaning him up.
All right. Yeah, I don't want to like, keep it waiting too long.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Thanks for your help. And listen, thank you for making the choice to let us in here.
Roll an insight on the face that Meredith is making.
15.
She looks like she is about to cry.
Okay.
And she's going to, like, take one more look at him, kind of, like, shake her head a little bit, and then just, like, head out the door. She opens the door, and Tommy goes, ah!
Yeah.
Like, dunk! Like,
Ow.
oh, sweetheart, I guess you are sitting right outside the door.
Yeah.
Well,
Can I come in now?
yeah.
Really?
If he said it's all right, so just deep breaths, okay?
Do I keep doing that?
Yeah, keep doing that. And she's gonna like look at you and look at Iffy and kind of like give you like a nod, and she's gonna go downstairs.
I think Tavumile walks in, and I think he looks now more like himself. Like, he doesn't have all the crap on his face. He's a little bit more cleaned up, and I think that she's like, okay, did he say anything? And she's gonna kind of walk forward, and I think that she's going to like falter and give Iffy like a look that's like kind of asking for permission. I'll see if he picks up on that with like an insight check.
Is Iffy just standing there, or is she?
She's like cleaning him up still, like
dressing a wound or something. Yeah,
wiping off different parts of him. Yeah, if he gets a 20 insight, so she's like, yeah, honey, you could come forward. All right. And she like kneels down at the edge of the bed, and she's like
does the thing that Lucien always does to her, where she,
Mm.
like, puts her hand on the back of his cheek. She's like, he's still really warm. Yeah, honey. He's not gonna get all cold again until, like, maybe he wakes up. That's not to say that well, anything could happen, so maybe he... Can I shut up now? He's going to wake up. I know that he is. Do you now? Mm-hmm. Because... And she's, like, kind of getting closer and just, like wanting to touch any part of him. Just, like, hand on face, okay. Hand on forehead, okay. Touching shoulder, like, whatever, you know, just being like, I just need you're real and you're here and all that.
Is she, like, leaned over him?
I don't think so. I think that she's, like, very much on her, like, knees next to the bed, kind of, like, head is very level with his body.
Got you.
I was told that he was looking for me, and he does that a lot back home. He always looks for me, and because, well, I'm not very good at keeping promises, and he always told me that I needed to promise him that I wasn't going to go climb trees anymore, or to go walking out at night by myself and then getting lost because I can't tell where I am. And then I would still do those things, and he would come and look for me, and he wouldn't ever stop until he found me.
I think Iffy's kind of, like, slowly stopping, like, cleaning wounds to listen. And Tavumile goes,
and, well, he hasn't found me yet, has he?
What do you mean by that?
Like, he doesn't know that he's found me. Because he can't know, because he's not awake. So, he hasn't found me. He doesn't know that he's found me. So he's not going to stop. At least not yet.
You know, honestly, honey, that's a really great way of thinking about it. I was just telling Meredith that people gotta choose to help themselves. You know what I mean?
No.
He's gotta urge himself to be helped. Like, he's gotta let his body keep on fighting. He seemed to have a lot of fighting in. From what I saw from him, he seemed to have a lot of fights, so I don't think that that's going to be an issue, but I think that it's a good way to think about it, because that's something that he's going to hold on to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess so. Can I help you? Or can you show me stuff?
Show? What do you mean?
Like, Lucien's really good at taking care of people. He was a medic in the war, and now he's a doctor back home. And whenever I'm sick, he always takes care of me. And he's been taking care of my mum for a really long time. And he doesn't have anyone back home to take care of him. There's no other doctors. And I want to know how to take care of him. He would never tell me how to do that. He always said I didn't need to know because I had him. And now I really do need to know. And I want to know because I want to help him right now. And so can you show me? I want to be the person that can take care of him.
Well, honey, look, I can show you some simple stuff. I mean, I did really all the big stuff, and I don't really think that it would stick in your mind how to care for that stuff. So,
right now, I'm just cleaning his wounds. There's probably like a few stitches that I need to do still. I wouldn't really, I could show you how to do that, but I don't want to have you do that. Well, I do a lot of sewing back home. Is that similar? I do like embroidery and stuff. Well, we ain't gonna do that. Actually, we're not gonna do that on Lucien, but that would be mighty interesting, seeing somebody's wound be embroidered. Man, maybe I should do that on myself when I fix myself up. I can show you how to embroider. If you show me how to do this stuff, that would be like my payment. That sounds, I love picking up new hobbies, so I've never known how to sew or embroider, so that would be quite nifty to know how to do that. All right. So, you show me then. Yeah, honey, I'll show you. I figure you might be good at the stitching part. It's a little gross. Just so you know. Are you like got a weak stomach? I don't know. I don't think so. Have you ever seen blood and stuff like that? I've seen blood before. Well, okay, I get that's a dumb question on my part. I guess mainly like, have you seen gore before? One time, I saw a squirrel that got run over by a carriage. I felt really bad for it. Did you feel sick when you saw it? No, not really. Alright, I think you'll be fine. Just don't think about the fact that it's him. I mean, you can if you want to, but it might make it a bit easier if you're just thinking that it's like a project or something, Create a little distance from yourself. I don't really want to think about him as a project. That's your choice, honey. It just might make it a little bit harder on you. Look, let's get started. We're gonna do the best that we can, and we'll fix him right on up. Sound good to you? Right. And so I think that if he kind of makes room on, she scoots over and pulls at the chair that Meredith was sitting in, and Tavumile sits down. We're using water here. A lot of folks think like, we should use alcohol and just pour it straight into the wound. I don't abide by that. I think, I'm going to pour alcohol on my utensils and stuff like that. Lucien doesn't like to drink. Honey, he's not drinking it. If he starts
this
like
is the
laughing.
Nature, of the explanation.
And so I think that they do this until there's nothing else for them to do. If he's going to be like, all right, I'm going to go downstairs and kind of figure out what the situation is down there, because we really pushed a lot on the Meredith tonight. Are you going to come on down with me? No. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude or anything like that, but honey, you got so many choices in this world. You can choose whichever one you want, and it's not against me to have any judgment about which one you choose. All right. Thank you. And if he's gonna nod and just leave the room, so it's just Tavumile and Lucien.
Mm-hmm. So as you were kind of patching up his wounds, you were paying attention, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. But if someone was going to ask you to pay attention only, that was not going to be possible. You're looking at him as you stick this needle into his skin, looking at him for any sort of reaction.
Yeah.
And you don't get very many. At one point, you're finishing something up, and if he's like telling you something about some you know part that you did or something, and you see Lucian's eye kind of twitch for a second. They're shut, and it's like his face is completely slack, so it's very like evident that his eye kind of twitches, and you like look at that, and then that's really the only thing that's happening. And then every once in a while, if you're working on something on his arm or something, you'll see his hand kind of twitch as you do something, and you eventually, when you finish and you've basically put him back together as much as you possibly could, which is what it looks like. Now, as you're kind of looking at him, you realize that, again, with the picking up on small details things, the clothes that he's wearing are Fingers' clothes, and you know that because that was discussed, and you can tell that they're too small on him. Fingers is pretty, lean, and Lucien is not. But it's so that's like a piece of information that it would make sense, but you feel like the real reason they look wrong is because they're not the ones that he always wears. Like it's like no other clothes would fit. And so as Iffy kind of leaves and you're in this room, and it's kind of it's the middle of the night, so you have the kind of light blue moonlight cracks in the outside of the window, and as the window is left slightly open just for some cold air to get inside, hopefully not to let anything in, but just something to cool the room down. There's like light blue shapes that are being thrown against one of the far walls, and then you have the kind of warmth of the lamplight and the candlelight that you were working by, and it reminds you of sewing or embroidering into the early hours of the morning, with Lucien doing whatever work he was doing in the chair next to you.
I think that Tavumile's holding his hand, and she's holding the hand of the arm that's like not in a cast, like doesn't want to mess with that. And she's kind of just like absent-mindedly like playing with his fingers, like she's holding it and she's like putting her fingertips to his fingertips and like feeling his knuckles and stuff like that, and she is just kind of like scanning his face for any recognition or anything. And I think that she says, "I know that you're going to be all right. You're going to be all right because you have to be all right. It can't be any other way. When we were back home, you always told me that I can't be scared of the future because I'd be scared all the time. And I'm not scared of the future. But I hope it's all right that I'm a little scared right now. I've been trying not to be. I've been trying to be strong. Because I'm always trying to prove to you that I am. You never believe me. Now I really have to be. And I am. Because you need me to be. Remember that one time that you told me that if I got lost, just followed stuff that I recognize, like buildings and funny looking trees and paths and stuff like that, so that it would help me find my way back home. Can you do that? Right now, maybe you're just a little bit lost.
And you thought that you were looking for me, but I'm looking for you. And I need to find you. And so maybe my voice can be the thing that you recognize. And you just need to follow that. And you'll find your way back to me. You'll find your way back home. I think that's good to do. I know that you'll be able to do it. You're always really good at finding me. I don't think I've ever missed feeling something cold as much as I do now.
And I think that she kind of closes her hand around his hand, just trying to squeeze any amount of cool sensation out of it, you know, hoping that maybe if she believes hard enough that it will just happen. And I think that she gets up and she like lays down on the bed next to Lucien and just kind of lays there holding his hand, kind of like arm bent to her face, and she like interlaces her fingers and just closes her eyes. And I think that she's just going to continue talking until she falls asleep. And it's very much just things like, you know,
I have a lot of new friends now, and a lot of them helped you, and somehow you already know them. I'm really confused as to how you do, but I'm glad that you do. That way I don't really have to introduce you to anyone. And I saw a lot of cool things today too. You know, it wasn't all that bad. It wasn't all that scary.
And, you know, just starts to talk about, you know, a bar that she went to. And
what's she looking at? Is she just looking up, or is she looking at
I think that she's looking at his face. Like, she's very much, her head is right next to his head, and she's like holding his hand and just kind of like pressing the back of his hand to her face, and just like staring at the side of his face.
As you squeeze his hand to your face, you see his eyes shut tightly. Just one of the times that you do it. His eyes shut tightly, and his like face kind of scrunches up a little bit. Tav.
Lucien?
Tavumile?
Tavumile's gonna sit up a little bit.
Lucien? Can you hear me?
Where are you?
I'm right here.
He's gonna like open his eyes. I don't see you.
What do you mean? I'm right here.
He's gonna like blink a couple times. And he looks up at you. Do you have your hand? Do you have his hand?
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks up at you, and his eyes are kind of like, you see him like squint a little bit. And he says, "You okay?"
Yeah. I'm great.
He like reaches up, like he's like moving his hand. Where is his hand?
I think that she's like holding on to it, and it's like interlaced with hers. But it's like, I think when she sat up, she like sat up on an elbow, so it's very like his arm is bent and she's holding it, so it's probably like laid across his chest, because that'd be the most natural for his arm to like position for his arm to be in.
He's gonna like you're holding on to it, so he's gonna like move his arm, like he's trying to pull it up towards your face, but your arm is attached to it, and he can't really fight against that right now. And he's like looking at you. He's like, "You don't look well."
I'm really healthy right now.
You look scared. Did something happen?
You're hurt.
You see, he like scrunches his eyebrows,
Mm-hmm.
and he goes, "It's just a headache."
You're always really bad at accepting help.
She's gonna like wrap her arms around him, but like really carefully because she doesn't want to hurt him, and kind of like bury her face in his neck. Be like,
I'm so glad that you're awake.
As you do that, you hear him go,
I'm sorry.
she like pulls away.
he like turns to look at you, and you can see his eyes kind of focus on you, and his arm, he like pulls his hand out of your hand, and his head, he's lying on his back, and his head is like sort of unnaturally turned to the side, like as he tries to look at you, and he slowly reaches his hand up to your cheek, and like puts his thumb against it, and it hurts. This is the cheek that has the cut on it. And as you kind of flinch, he goes, "I'm sorry. Is that still there? From the tree?"
No. I'm alright, really.
He's gonna like shut his eyes and kind of like nod. And he goes, "Have a look at it. When I'm not, my head hurts."
You should go to sleep.
And he's gonna like kind of like let his arm fall off of you, like wherever it falls. And then he's still looking at her, and his like eyes are still open, and you can see that he's falling asleep. Like you can see he's like doing like eyes shut, and then he opens them back up again and is like looking at her.
You can't scare me like this, Lucien.
I was scared. What happened? Did something happen?
No. I love you so much.
He's gonna like squint, like he has sort of a peculiar reaction whenever you say that, of looking like he's like deflecting that from him.
Yeah.
And he kind of gives you that when you say that to him. Tav,
Yes,
you're still there?
I am. I'm not gonna go anywhere.
You're not gonna get lost again?
No. Promise.
He like gives your hand a squeeze. And then his eyes shut like one last time, and then he's asleep again.
I think that Tavumile just like lays her head back down, and she's like, "I'm not going anywhere. Like this is weird. I'm stationed here for the night." And I think that she like goes to like grab his hand again, and she feels like a tug on her wrist, and she looks down and she sees the bracelet that she took from Frenthius
Oh snap!
when he said that, informed her of what he did.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that she takes it off, and the button that's on it is one of the buttons that he actually gave her when one of the stone ones that he gave her, and she had decided that was a good permanent use of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's one of the blue ones, and she takes it off of her wrist and she puts it onto his and reties it. And I think she says to herself, "I'm always going to have to put this on you when you're asleep."
And you don't see anything, any kind of acknowledgement of anything, but you imagine that he relaxes just a little bit. And as you kind of lay there, there's still, orange lamplight Lucien on his back, and just head turned to face you. There's a lot of other things happening underneath that. That's probably the most peaceful thing that's happening in this building at the moment. And somewhere on some lower floor in some other room that is locked, an extremely embarrassed and confused and complicated tiefling is being bandaged by an extremely complicated earth genasi.
Can you stop moving around so much?
Ow!
Oh my god. I'm not even being that rough.
I could do a better job.
Could you?
Probably not, honestly.
You could try it out. I need to change this bandage anyways. And she kind of like shows him the one that's on her like collarbone.
What?
I did this to myself. It's fine.
What?
What
do you mean?
Well, coming out of my mouth, that does not sound great. I stabbed myself to like feign that I was injured.
That's not feigning it. You're injuring yourself.
Yeah, I guess that is true.
Roll insight.
Okay. 7.
Fingers looks like he's gonna throw up.
Are you alright?
Well, you can't just pretend that you're hurt. Well,
it was when I was trying not to hurt Lucien. I didn't hurt him, but if I just walked out of there without looking like he put up a fight, it would have been suspicious. So I stabbed myself so that it looked like I actually tried to do the job that I was hired to do.
I feel like maybe there's another way you could accomplish that same goal is all I'm trying to say. I mean, he's like gonna reach out to grab your hand, and he's gonna be like, you don't have to do stuff like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. You don't have to. You don't have to do stuff like that. I know what you have to do, but you don't have to do that.
I don't have to do anything anymore.
What do you mean? I mean,
I'm not an assassin anymore. Very recently, but
ow!
I'm sorry. Maybe
Focus.
it's just because I don't have soft hands. I don't know.
That doesn't bother me.
Does it not?
You said that you're gonna not do that anymore?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's...
I mean, why would I?
I don't know why you would do it
They've...
in the first place, so...
You do. You just don't agree with it. But, look at before. It really felt like I did not have a choice. That I would just be making that choice alone.
But you don't. But you don't, right? You mean, aren't they gonna?
It's kind of long past, you know? Austin is going to wake up, and the guard saw who we went into that room with, and once news gets around, the Assassin's Guild is going to know, and then probably my family.
So there's no way to.
What?
I don't know.
I'm going to be fine.
What?
I'll figure it out.
I'm gonna be on the run from the Assassin's Guild? The Assassin's Guild until what? Until you.
I don't know.
Your family?
I can't control what happens. But what I do know right now is that I can help you and be here with you, so.
Yeah, for now. Besides, it's not like it fixes anything.
What do you mean?
It's not like it changes anything.
What doesn't change?
I mean, I don't even know what you're telling me, really.
If you don't want to know, I don't have to tell you. I just figured that. I don't know. Maybe you would care about it.
It's not. I care. I just. Of course, I care. I mean, you're. I don't know. I just. I'm glad that you decided to stop.
Me too.
I don't know why you care. What my reaction is.
I don't know why either.
He's gonna like take your hand that is bandaging him, and he's gonna like grab it, and his hands are shaking. And he's like looking at your hand that has his blood on it. He's like, look, see, it's like that, you know.
What do you mean?
It's like it looks like that all the time.
I'd rather it look like this in this context than any other. You know, I always thought it was funny.
It was funny.
My blood doesn't look like that. And it always made me question if I was even a person. That maybe that is why I was condemned a fate like this. But it's kind of stupid of me to think.
You think that's true?
But that I'm not a person.
Do you think that never mind.
I think that some people would see it that way.
You see it that way?
No, not anymore. I did for a while. I didn't feel like a person.
You're a person. I mean, you're.
Are you alright?
She's gonna like reach up and touch the side of his face.
He's gonna like lean his head into your hand, just like kind of aggressively. What's this game?
What are you talking about?
If you're trying to, I'm not gonna let that happen. If you're trying to like manipulate me or something.
Manipulate you?
Yeah.
In what way? I'm trying to help you right now.
You're just trying to help me?
What does it look like that I am doing right now?
I'm
trying my best. I'm not good at bandaging.
That's not what I mean.
Then tell it to me straight.
Why are you telling me all these things, you know? I don't know what you want. I don't know how you want me to react.
I don't want you to react in any specific way. I'm not asking anything of you.
You're getting upset with me because I'm not doing what you want.
I'm getting upset because you're yelling at me.
I'm sorry. I don't want to do that. I don't want to yell at you. I wouldn't want to do that. He's gonna, like, grab his, like, hair, like, near where his horns are. I don't know how you want me to, if you want me to look at you, how you want me to look at you. I can only look at you one way, you know?
And what way is that? She's gonna, like, because I think that she was, like, he was sitting on, like, a bed or a chair or something, and she was kind of, like, kneeling on the ground so that she could be, like, level with his chest.
Mm-mm.
She's gonna, like, kind of, like, sit next to him, and, like, if it's on, where are they?
They're just in, like, a bedroom.
Okay, yeah, she's gonna, like, sit on the bed next to him, because she's like, I'm gonna,
So are you eye level with him, or are you trying to be...
Yeah, I think that she's eye level with him,
Mm-hmm.
and she's, like, facing him, and she's like, what way is that?
You can't fix it, you know?
Fix what? You're being so vague.
I'm not being vague. You know, you got all that on your hands, you know? I can see it. I can see it even when it's not there. That's what I mean. You're not gonna add any more to it, fine, but you can't make it go away either, you know?
I'm so much more aware of that than you are.
You can't ever make it go away, you know?
Yeah.
No matter how many good things
Why are you doing this?
you try to do, it'll still be there. You know? You're still gonna be
Why are you doing this?
the same person as before. The one who's capable of all those horrible things. How am I supposed to live with that? You know?
How am I supposed to? You're being so selfish right now.
Oh, I'm selfish. I'm being selfish. He's like opening and closing his hands. And you're doing this, like, giving it your best at playing doctor by candlelight, because anything more than that seems like too much.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna see too much of the world.
Yeah.
And you want to be contained in this little glow. And you can see in the candlelight all the purple scars on fingers, hands, as he like opens and closes his fingers. I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out.
How to live with it. Why do you want to? You could have nothing to do with me if you wanted. Wouldn't that just be easier for you?
It would be easier for me. No. I mean, you're like, it was just me, and then now there's like somebody else, you know, and so I don't know, but it would be right, you know, it'd be right.
Why don't you make that choice then?
Do you want that?
Not at all.
I guess this is that. This is it then, you know?
What do you mean this is it?
I'm not gonna go anywhere, and you're not gonna go anywhere. And we're gonna find out, you know? We're gonna find out.
Find out what?
He's gonna look up at you. He's gonna grab your hand with his hands.
Mm-hmm.
How to live with it.
Okay. We can help each other. Can you look at me?
Oh.
Please.
He looks back up at you.
She's gonna stick her hand out and a pinky promise. And she's gonna say, promise, we'll figure it out.
Can you just take my word for it? I don't want to do the high elf crap.
That's not a high health thing. You think that they can come up with this? Who do you think they took it from?
No way.
Yes,
You serious?
I am so serious.
He puts his hands on his legs. You hold up your hand, pinky promise, and the other hand goes on his thigh, and he's just like, you're not gonna believe this, but I had a conversation with the guys about this, and he owes me so much money. I bet they got it from somebody else because it's cool, right?
You think that it's cool?
I don't know. It might be.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah. And he hooks his pinky around your pinky, and he's like, "Do we?
Do we what?
What's the kissing thing? Is that part of it, or is that? Do they?
Not part of the promise, but I mean, you could kiss me if you want.
Fingers is not gonna move at all. He's just staring at you with his hand, pinky wrapped in yours.
Mm-hmm. Would that be all right? She's gonna pull his hand closer to her.
I don't know.
Do you want to find out?
He's gonna take his other hand and put it on your cheek.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just gonna stare at you, eyes shining.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to do anything unless you say it's okay.
I can't say it.
Okay. And she just kind of looks down.
He's gonna look in your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna say, "It's crazy.
What is?
I didn't think anything so beautiful could ever happen to me."
What? She's gonna look up at him.
Mm-hmm. He's looking at her just he's trying to figure out what she is.
Yeah.
He's just he's gonna look at you and he's gonna shake his hand, the promise hand. He's gonna be we're gonna figure it out.
We are.
Okay. And he's gonna drop his hand and kind of do the pat my whole body down thing, hand on the ribs, and be like, "Okay, I'm gonna."
I want you to know it's okay with me. if you ever change your mind.
Okay. I'm gonna go check on Lucien.
Okay.
You know, I wouldn't want it, you know, if someone, there's a window and if somebody, you know, comes in.
I understand. Can I ask you one last question?
Yeah.
I want to preface this by saying that I don't care either way. But, and in Infernal, she's gonna say, "Are you a tiefling?"
He's gonna say back to you in common, maybe it doesn't matter to you.
Okay. I won't ever ask again.
He's gonna stand up, like hand on his ribs.
Mm-hmm. Be careful, I spent a lot of work on those.
He's gonna look at you. Roll a insight check.
Okay. Friggin' that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's looking at you. You can tell that he's looking at you and that he's trying to communicate something, and you are so overwhelmed by everything that has happened, that you're just staring back up at him, just like full no understanding. And he can see it like playing on your face, and he's just like, you can help me, you know?
Guess what?
You're pretty healthy. I mean, other than if something happened, you know, you could.
Do you want me to come?
I don't know.
I can.
You don't have to. And he's reach his hand out to like help you up off the bed.
She's gonna take it.
Ow!
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I did that. And when you put your hand in his, he's gonna keep holding on to it. As he like pulls you upstairs.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
Why is everyone saying that they know who I am, that you're talking about me?
Finger's face changes to somebody else's face. Like all dramatic conversation forgotten.
Yeah.
And he's like, do you have any sisters?
I have one. I don't talk to her.
Well, they like to ask a lot of questions, you know. And sometimes I don't do a good job of hiding the way that I feel. I mean, I think usually I'm pretty good at it.
Do you think that I am beautiful?
I don't know. I feel like I already said that. And he's gonna like squeeze your hand.
She's gonna like smile. And be like, it's really cute when you get all flustered.
Stop it. It's not cute.
It really is.
And he's like walking upstairs, and you can feel the eyes of children like following you up the stairs, and someone's just like, Misha's got a girlfriend. And you hear that, and Misha's like, I don't like something that Yezi wouldn't have heard unless he reacted to it.
Yeah.
And you like storming up the stairs together.
You could.
I might. And then you approach Lucien's room. You as Yezi and Fingers.
Yeah. Tavumile, I think, is fully asleep at this point because she was just talking, and then she's like, and then I saw that, and then like, you know, fully.
Oh, is she knocked out, or is she doing that when they?
I think that she's asleep because it's so late now.
Yeah.
But she's still like on the bed with him, you know, holding his hand.
Yeah. So Fingers and Yezi like kind of like Fingers like gently grabs the door. He's gonna turn to Yezi and go, shh.
Okay.
Gonna turn the door handle, and it's gonna kind of stick a little bit and just go eep, and then he goes, I don't know, and then opens the door the rest of the way, and then you kind of like creep in.
I think that Yezi sees that the window's kind of open, and she's like, no, that's not going to happen, and goes and closes it, and closes, like, the blinds and stuff. She's like, does this window have a lock?
Fingers is gonna kind of like, he's like looking at Lucien, like, you can tell that he's like profoundly feeling emotions that he doesn't understand. And so when you're like, lock, he's just like, yeah, I got that, I can do that. Ooh, and then he's gonna like walk over. He locks the window, and he's like, I'll probably sleep in here, you know, just in case.
Is it okay if I stay?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if you want to. I don't want to make you do anything.
You're not making me do anything. I'm done having people make me do stuff.
Okay. And he's gonna like kind of sit down and just like in the corner of the room. Like, he's not gonna get any blankets and pillows. Like, he's just like, I'm not going to sleep.
Yeah.
This ridiculous idea that I would go to sleep now, you know. So he's just gonna kind of like sit down. At some point, someone brought you clothes, so he's just in like, you know, like a t-shirt and some trousers, and you're in something of Meredith's.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting there.
Yeah, and I go sit next to him.
You guys are kind of just hanging out there, and then everybody. Is there anything you want to say at all?
Oh, I wanted to talk to you about something else.
Yeah, yeah. What's that?
It's about Ethiot.
What about him?
How old is he? He's a kid, right?
Yeah, he's 16.
He should not be a part of this.
Yeah, I know. It was.
He should stay here.
That's why we're here. You know. That's why we're here. I know you have like your place, right? And I was like,
I don't really have it anymore. I'm not going to go back there.
well, yeah, but I mean, you know, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about, because my mom has a lot of houses, you know,
Right.
like the orphanage. So we could go to empty one. But you know, we were talking about nothing. We're waiting for you and the guy. Anyway, we were talking about nothing, and I mentioned my mom and stuff, and dad, and he looks, you know, he looks so, you know, like me, you know, like, you know what I mean? He's like turn and put his like hands on your shoulders. He'd be like, you know what I mean? He looked like, when I found out that I could, he looked like me, and I, you know, maybe we get killed. You know, maybe all of us. Maybe it's irresponsible. I don't want to put anybody. I would never want to put anybody in danger. You know, like my mom. And
I know that you wouldn't.
but I just could. I was so selfish, I guess. So it is. I just couldn't. The idea of us getting killed or something, and he never got it.
I don't think that it is selfish to bring a child to an orphanage so that he does not have to be a part of whatever this is.
I know, but I brought this too.
How else are we going to get him here?
I don't know. So you think it?
Hey, you did a good thing.
It's like shaking his head.
You did.
Well, I mean, he'll stay here.
Even if he doesn't want to.
Even if he doesn't want to, he's not gonna come with us.
I don't think that he should. I agree. He really should get some sleep, though.
I'm not gonna do that.
Hey. And she's like gonna put her hand on his face and be like, if anything happens, I'm here too. But you really got hurt. I need you to.
I'm not worried about it, you know.
I am.
he's going to take his hand and put it on your shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
like very gently,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to say, "You got hurt too.
Not as bad as you.
I'm a little more, sturdy.
How are you now?
Yeah, I get, rock lady, yeah." And you guys are kind of chatting, and you hear, like, the door kind of, like, squeak open.
Mm-hmm.
And Meredith walks in. Is there any conversation that Iffy wanted to have with anybody?
Oh, yeah. I think that she goes downstairs.
Mm-hmm. So when she does that, Yezi and Fingers are off in one room talking. Thalen is passed out, like fully asleep. Like he's like, I'm in agony and I'm bandaged up.
Yeah.
He's like knocked out on
Ethiot
a
is
couch
still sitting in the same spot that he was sitting in because he's just like, I cannot help in any capacity, and
It's
also
like,
I shouldn't be here.
Yeah, and Meredith is downstairs cooking food for you guys. Like, her and the kids already ate. You can see there's, like, dishes piled in the sink. And she's, like, plaintively talking to Ethiot. She's just like, so what do you like to eat?
Food.
Well, you're in luck, because that's what I'm whipping up.
I like bread a lot.
Oh, do you? Okay, let me see what we got.
You don't have to know. Forget I said that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's one of the... Listen, if you were to like something, that's the thing to like. So
yeah,
we got
that's
that.
what I... Yeah.
You seem nervous.
Oh.
This is the conversation that Iffy, like, appears into.
Well, I do as much as I can do, so, I mean, that Tavumile girl's gonna be right up there with him, so...
Is he alright? Like, is he gonna be okay?
I mean, he's alive.
That's not okay.
I mean, he's alive,
Yeah, I guess so.
Like, he'll heal, just not tonight,
Alright.
How's, you didn't see Mish again, did you, by any chance?
Nah, I didn't. Do you want me to go check on him?
Nah, we talked for a bit. So, everything's okay.
He's really not what I thought he would be. What is he?
You don't gotta worry about that. Look, why don't you ask him?
He won't tell you.
I mean, he's right,
And what's your name, hun? I'm Ifferson. We really didn't get any introductions in or anything like that, considering the circumstances.
I'm Ethiod.
Right. You seem real nervous, hun.
Do I?
You do.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? What do you like? Was it 17? Is that right?
16.
Yeah, he's like a kid, so.
Wow. You kid. Well, I mean, you're in the right place, really.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's what... Well, I mean, that was really... never mind.
You sure?
You want to roll something?
Mm-hmm.
Is it insight? Or can I roll kind of like persuasion?
You roll persuasion, yeah.
22.
Look, I was talking to Mish, and he said that was important to him, So, just so you know, he's looking out for you.
To me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Don't listen. He would kill me if he knew that I told you this, but just he said that was the whole reason, he wanted to bring everybody here in the first place. I mean, other than the other benefits, but so yeah, anyway, it was just important to him that you were safe is all. So don't tell him I told you that. Oh my goodness, the conversation we would have.
Okay, I won't.
All right, you're a good kid.
He looks down.
Mm-hmm.
Honey, do you have anyone what's your situation,
Hey, Iffy.
Yeah,
I know you like talking to folks, right?
I do.
Some folks don't want to talk back.
Yeah, that is true.
Do you want to listen? Sure, I can listen. All right, I'll just talk about, like, me, I guess. Then I could still keep talking.
Meredith is like, by all means, I got food's almost ready, so.
Recently, I've been sleeping in a warehouse, and,
Iffy.
What?
Nothing. I feel like we talked about it. Wait,
Well,
forget
it's
it.
not cold outside.
Yeah, but it's not, it's not safe. It's not safe, as evidenced by.
I did learn that it's not safe. The warehouse that I was sleeping in, a couple of Wethway soldiers showed up.
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me, I need to bandage myself up. And she's gonna like...
Iffy, I saw you didn't change, but.
I have a lot of stuff going on right now.
She, kind of, sways a little bit, and
Yeah.
Meredith is like, ugh.
She, takes a bandage out from, a pocket, and she just starts bandaging while she's, talking. She's like, I learned how to do this in the war. Do you know anything about the war? I mean, it's been over for, it's been 5 years now at this point. Man.
Iffy.
What? I'm sorry. It was a large part of my life. Sorry.
It's a large part of a lot of people's lives.
Yeah. All I was going to say is that I learned how to do this there. And, I didn't really think it was going to do me any good in my normal life. And now look at me.
Now look at you.
It pays to really pick up some skills. Do you know any skills? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. I good at stealing stuff. I'd say that's a good skill.
I wonder where I've heard that song before.
What does that mean? Does if you know that Mish is part of the
No.
Thieves Guild? What does that mean?
Nothing.
All right. That
Fully not gonna press it.
I'd say that's a good skill to have. I used to steal a lot of stuff, and there's one town that I can't go into anymore because they caught me stealing a lot of gold.
Iffy.
Oh, yeah.
Every conversation topic is worse than the last. Look, I got a great. Look, are y'all done? We're all tied up.
Sure.
All right. Can you go wake up Thalen? It's time to eat, and I figure I'd bring everything upstairs. It seems like the girl, Tavumile, right?
Yeah, I
I don't
so.
think she's gonna inextricate herself from that Lucien character. So
Yeah, she seemed pretty intent on staying.
yeah, we'll go find the others, and I'll get everybody set up for dinner in there.
All
How's
right.
that sound?
Sounds good.
All right.
I
You
don't-
help me.
I
You can
don't-
help me, kiddo, huh? You can grab some plates and stuff. What's wrong? She's gonna approach Ethiod like a scared animal.
Yeah, I think if he's like, well, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I'll be elsewhere
Yeah.
if you need me.
She gets up and she leaves.
Mm-hmm.
He just stares at her like,
Nothing's gonna happen to you here. You know that, right?
I don't know that.
I guess you don't. Well, I'll just have to make you see that that's true, huh?
You're not gonna.
Whatever you're thinking. I would never do that.
He imperceptibly nods his head.
Mm-hmm. Look, you walk through this door, and your family. All right? You can stay as long as you like. I got a room for you, all right?
You do.
Of course. I mean, you'd be bunking with Mish, but...
Is that his real name?
Yeah.
He wouldn't tell me it.
It doesn't tell anybody.
Why?
Doesn't like it very much.
Do you know why?
Yep, I do. I think it's a nice name. Just like Ethiod. Good names. I can't say I got clothes for you, but we can do something about that. You're pretty tall.
Okay. Sorry, I'm tall.
She chuckles, and she's just like, it's not your fault, huh?
I guess not. Everyone in my family was tall.
Well, I know that folks that are allergic to shrimp.
He his eyes go wide.
Tend to be pretty tall.
How do you know that?
Call it mother's intuition.
Nobody's gonna care.
I can tell you this for sure. I got one little boy here who's gonna be doing backflips. He's not all by himself anymore.
Who?
I think you'll be able to tell who it is. Once he comes out of hiding, that is.
I heard a name that sounded infernal.
I guess he's made himself known to you then. He's a little bit spicy, shall we say, but
That's alright. I can handle it.
She's gonna gently tap your shoulder with her fist, like very very unalarmingly.
Yeah.
I bet you're pretty tough, huh?
I don't know.
Well, hopefully you're strong, because we got 1, 2, Taylor. I got lots of plates to carry. Can you help me out with that?
Yeah.
All right,
Could do
sweetheart.
that.
She's gonna
If there's not enough, I don't have to. I'll be fine.
She's gonna smile warmly at you. You can roll insight if you want, or you
Yeah.
can leave it at that.
21.
When Fingers was talking about his mom earlier, you have this image in your mind of what he is talking about must look like. Someone who would make him a present without ever having met him before. It would take so much care into wrapping it and thinking about what it would say. Think about his experience as he unwrapped it. And the type of person who would make someone who wouldn't even stay home long enough to have a conversation meals, presumably whenever that was needed. Someone that Fingers, who clearly there's something going on, it's clear that he hasn't been here in a while, would talk so effusively about how great she is and what that must be like to be able to have a relationship with someone that is complicated, but the undercurrent of it is so powerful that that it's not going to be broken. It's always going to be there. And you imagine what that must look like in a person, and what, you had an idea of what maybe she looked like. Obviously, something is going to be different. And you've never seen that before. That feeling of steadfastness, there's nothing that you could do to change someone's mind about you. That you've never seen that before. You feel like you've seen it before in the eyes of someone much smaller than you. But never in the eyes of someone who was in charge of cooking you breakfast. Or taking care of you when you were sick. Or being there for you when something was wrong. They didn't even know that something was wrong. They wouldn't have cared. Maybe it was them who caused it in the first place. And as she looks at you when you say, I don't need to eat if there's not enough, all you can feel, and you can feel it hitting you right in the chest from her face, is just pure love. like you can see it, like it was there the whole time she was speaking to you, but you couldn't see it. And then in that one moment you can feel it just coming off of her, like supernova, like rays just hitting you, and you can see her looking at you in the same way that she looked at Fingers when he appeared before her, all cut up.
Yeah.
And she was patting him all over to try and make sure he was okay.
Yeah.
It's something that clearly he took for granted. That's just how it is, That's just the way that it is. And she gives you that kind of smile, and she gets up and just starts collecting stuff to bring upstairs.
Ethia will go stand next to her and just be like, I have hands available. Had to be whatever. And just kind of silently be like, okay.
She's gonna like smile at you again and just start handing you stuff to bring upstairs.
Cool. Averson's gonna go wake up there.
Yes, she is.
What room is he? Is he just in like a random bedroom?
He's in like a room off the kitchen. It's like a sitting room, like living roomy type thing. That it's like the room that's directly off of the kitchen, and he's just fully asleep, and he looks awful. Like he's sheet white and like sweating and stuff, but he's fully asleep.
Yeah. Everson's gonna walk in and be like, "Hey there." Shake his shoulder.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Ow.
Let me look at that. She's gonna like lift his shirt up to look at the bandage.
Excuse me, what are you doing? I was asleep and now I'm being disrobed against my will.
I'm not disrobing you. I'm just looking at your bandage.
And who are you?
Oh, my name's Ifferson. Sorry, I know that we really blew past introductions, but I think that's rather fine.
And for what purpose am I being awoken?
Oh, dinner. Are you hungry?
Not particularly.
Oh, you should eat. I mean, you could choose whatever you want to choose, but I'll give you the facts. If you don't eat, you're not going to heal.
Well, that seems like I can't choose whatever I want to choose.
You can absolutely choose whatever you want to do. What do you mean?
If I told you that I didn't want to eat, you'd leave me here.
I would. I'd let you do whatever it is you want to do. I can't force you to do anything. I mean, I could try, but if you got the willpower strong enough, you could stop me.
Well, is it your professional medical opinion that I should eat something?
Oh, well, I ain't no professional. So I don't think my professional medical opinion really matters. I would eat something. I'm gonna eat something.
All right, well, where's that taking place?
I guess right here. We can just bring you food. You don't really have to get up and go anywhere. Unless you wanna.
Well, where's everybody else? Is Lucien okay? Is that...
I did my best with him.
Is he alive?
Yeah, he's alive.
Oh, that's good. Is Tavumile somewhere?
She's with him. I can't really parse how she's feeling. It's kind of interesting gal.
That's for sure. Well, I suppose I'll go up there then.
Do you wanna? I mean, you look kind of worse for wear. You could do whatever, like I said, you could do whatever it is that you want to do. I'm not gonna stop you. But you do look awful.
Thank you. I feel awful. I don't know, I suppose it's... The problem is that down here, I can hear children whispering about...
oh, you get used to it. Trust me.
No,
I would know.
I shall not get used to it. There's no universe in which you get used to being called a pointy ear.
I get called a monster.
Yeah, well, you know.
Also,
you understand is what
sometimes I get called pointy-eared, but I think that's just because people don't really know what I am, so they just kind of guess.
Yes, well, regardless, well...
Also...
Yes?
Sorry, I'm interrupting you a lot. I'm just... Nobody...
Oh, it's quite all right.
Good. Is it a problem that they call you pointy-eared? Because you are. Your ears are all pointy, and
Well,
they're sticking straight up.
I mean, and he's gonna, like, kind of, like, go to stand up and, like, be kind of unsteady with it. He's like,
Everson's gonna stand up and kind of steady him.
thank you. Well, it's the connotations, I suppose, is the point of contention.
Oh, yeah. Well, words only mean something if you let them get to you. You could choose not to let them get to you, and then they're just words. I wish I didn't know how to read. Because then words would be even less, you know? I would only have to hear them rather than read them.
You know, I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Well, you know, I will say it actually is sort of up to you whether or not I go upstairs.
What was that?
Because of this, and he's gonna, like, fall slightly to the side.
Look, I ain't carrying another person upstairs. I don't know if you can see I got stabbed in the heart. I'm really...
Well, you know...
Here,
that's funny.
We're gonna sit down. She's gonna, like...
So, like, they just both sit down on the couch. It's kind of funny. It's in the same spot.
As...
Yours. You both got stabbed in basically the same spot.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of funny and not funny kind of
Kindred
way.
spirits, you know?
I don't know.
Maybe that is what brought us together. Similar injuries.
Well, I mean, you should probably go get something to eat.
I'm sure that Meredith will find me. I really don't want to walk right now, so I'm going to make the choice to sit right here.
Well, I suppose I will as well.
What happened to your ear? Got a chunk missing out of it.
It is in your nature to ask people things about themselves at random.
If I'm being honest, it quite is.
What is my first name?
Failing.
What is my last name?
Who knows?
You're going to ask me questions about myself.
All right, what's your last name?
Moxley.
All right, Thalen Moxley, what happened to your ear?
I'd rather not discuss it at the moment.
Man, a lot of people don't want to. I'm an open book, really. I don't get why people care so much about what other people know about them. I'm like, if they wanted to find information out on me, they could, even if I didn't tell them. So why not just have me tell them, you know?
You hear, in the other, like, room, you hear, like, someone coming into there. You hear, like, kind of clinking of plates and stuff as stuff is kind of brought upstairs by Meredith and Ethiad. And Meredith is going to walk into the room where you guys are, like, at opposite ends of the couch, shooting the breeze about how injured you are, looking equally awful. And Meredith is going to walk in, and she's going to be like, hey, did you want to eat down here, or...
Would that be all right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. I just, you know, like, I just want to make sure. And Thalen is going to be like, is Lucien okay, really? Is he okay?
Do you not believe me?
Look...
I was the one that was doing everything. I mean, Meredith helped a lot, but I got the know-how.
How do I put this? The last time I saw Lucien, he did not look okay. And if at all possible, I would like to urgently replace that memory in my head with a different one.
Well, I can tell you he's fine. And that Tavumile girl is with him.
I can take you upstairs, Thalen, if you like. I would like that. So I suppose... Good night? Are you coming as well?
Be
rather lonely down here, except for the little voices. Hear something.
Leela, Sana, aren't they supposed to be like sleep or something? Y'all are in charge, right?
Yeah, well, you know.
It's real late. Y'all gonna be tired tomorrow.
We're playing dress up.
You're playing dress up without me? Cheap.
You look kind of busy.
Yeah. Maybe I'll go upstairs.
All right, well, I've been doing, I guess push-ups and stuff in my room. I was wondering when it would come in handy. I guess now. And she's gonna like one arm under Thalen's shoulder and one arm under yours, gigantic, and just be like,
I can walk myself upstairs.
all right, if you feel like you can, then I cannot. So thank you very much. And you guys all start walking upstairs. And when you get inside, Fingers is like doing one of like a eyes shut, head up, like like with a bowl of literally all of the food in your house, like put in a blender, and she was just like, "Look, girl dinner. I don't know. This is the food we have." She's like, "I got so many kids that I gotta feed tomorrow morning. This is all I can spare." And it's like rice and apples and cheese and meat and whatever. And like when they walked in, like Ethiad and Fingers' mom looking very like, you know, exhausted but focused, and Ethiad looking
kind of just like, I'm here.
Hi, it's been a while. Fingers is gonna like give him like a you know, like this face that I'm making right now, just like, you know,
it's the awkward smile.
Yeah.
I think that Ethiad is gonna look at Fingers and Yezi and like be like, all right.
I think we'll talk later. He's like, you know, he's like Ixnay on the frickin', you know, he's just like communicating that to you.
Ethiad kind of does a little salute.
And like Fingers looks at Yezi and is like, I don't know. Meredith is gonna like, she gives everybody some food, and she like looks at Yezi and she's like, I don't know what you eat. Is this
what?
I don't know. Look, I listen, I've had a lot of kids, but I've not had, so if this is not, I don't.
Oh, cause like Genozi and stuff like that.
I'm so sorry if this is, I don't have the mental wherewithal to come up with a non.
Fine. I eat food like normal.
Excellent. I can only apologize, really. And she's gonna be like, "You're a high elf. You eat food. I know that. I know what you two are, and I know what you eat." And she's gonna like, iffy. She's like, "Okay, accounted for." And then she's gonna go over to Tavumile.
Yeah, I feel like at this point Tavumile's awake because she's like, okay, there's a lot of folks.
Oh yeah,
like noise.
Like, huh? Like,
yeah,
I woke up.
But she's like sitting on the bed with like her back to the wall, like still holding Lucian's hand. Just kind of knees up. Yeah,
Lucian's like breathing shallow, and he hasn't moved since he talked to you last. And she like hands you a bowl, and she's like, "All right, I gotta check on the kids. If anybody needs me, don't, please, dear God, I'll do anything. I gotta do that. I'm gonna go to sleep. All right." Hey, Mom. Thank you. Sure thing, kid.
I think Yezi kind of leans her head on his shoulder, like, that's a good thing to do.
He's gonna, like, lean away. He's like, that was, I can't. You know, like, he's like, I can share that with one other person. And then you're all kind of like, clink, clink, you know what I mean? It's like, there's lamps that have been brought into this room to assist with Iffy and Meredith's dirty work. And so there's many flickerings of many different, you know, candle lights, lamp lights going on. It's illuminating everybody eating together for the first time. And you look over at Thalen. He's like eating and kind of like nodding off slightly, and then like shaking his head and coming back to life. Fingers is like, his feet and Yezi's feet are like crossed over. And he's like, you can tell that that would be something that he would notice, and he doesn't notice it. Yeah. Because there's some sort of barrier that's between them that's been broken. Yeah. So he's like not really aware of that. What is Do I have anybody else that's mine? I don't think so. What does Ethiod look like?
I think Ethiod is like standing.
Uh-huh.
I think he's standing by the door eating, and he's just like, I physically could not sit right now.
Yeah.
He's like, I've been sitting for a hot minute.
Mm.
And I think Iffy is having a happy time eating. I think that she's like, I'm kind of not really involved in all this. Like, I'm sort of involved, but not
she's
really.
like looking around like, there's a story here that I don't know.
And she's just like, I'm waiting to hear it, you know? And so she's just like, I think that she's just like sitting on the floor, legs crossed out in front of her and just chowing down. I think Yezi is like fully falling asleep. Like, I think that she's just like eating her food and like very much trying to be like, I have to stay awake. I have to stay awake. And like at one point the bowl kind of just like slouches out of her hand. She's like, and like wakes up to try to grab it 'cause she doesn't want the food.
Yeah,
in
Fingers
it to fall
like
out.
catches it, and he looks at you, and he's just like, your manners. Some Assassin's Guild manners or something.
I was never taught manners.
And he's like, he like writes it in your hand. You can go to sleep if you want, you know?
Yeah. Only if you do.
What was that?
Only if you do.
Oh, only if I go to sleep? Well, there's no chance. There's no chance. I'm not... I feel like that.
Yeah.
What's Tavumile looking like?
I feel like Tavumile is kind of just like barely eating. Like, I feel like she's just like, I know I should. And Mom says that it's rude if I don't eat the food that people give me, even if I don't like it. So I have to eat it. And, like, you know, she's just kind of, like, sort of eating it, but also very much just looking at Lucien. And then I think she's looking at everyone else, and she's like, really glad that I met all of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I didn't meet all of you guys, I wouldn't be here with him.
Wow.
I guess we all had a hand in this.
Good job, guys.
Go team. I know that maybe we all want to talk about stuff, but perhaps we should do that when we all have our brain turned on.
My brain's on, baby.
I don't want to talk about anything until Lucien's awake. Yeah, that makes sense. Honey, he might not wake up for a couple days. He woke up today.
What?
He was talking to me.
What? Like, legit? Actually?
Mm-hmm.
That's quite something.
He was asking me if I was alright. He said he had a headache.
I'm sure he has a headache.
I mean, I got a headache, and I don't...
Is it alright if I go to sleep?
Honey, you don't have to ask permission
Yeah,
from
what are
anyone.
you asking? Yeah.
Right.
Everybody roll a perception check.
Every single person?
Every single person.
Everything gets a nat 1.
She's busy.
Tavumile gets a 17. Ethiod gets a 12. Yezi gets a 13.
Okay, everybody who isn't iffy passed this check.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody who isn't Thalen of mine passed the check. So it's Fingers and...
That's it.
Is it just Fingers? Oh, no. Yeah, Thalen failed. Fingers passed. I rolled one more time. Who the heck did I roll for? Lucien. Yeah, I guess not. As Tavumile says, "Is it okay if I go to sleep?" You know, that You hear coming from close to her, like, knees, like your legs area, a rustling noise.
Okay.
And I'm only in control of Fingers, and he definitely turns to the right.
Fully. Both Ethiad and Yezi do, and I think also Tavumile.
Mm-hmm. And you look and you see that Lucian's head is turned in the other direction. And you see Fingers' eyes are like dinner plates.
Yeah.
It's like fully open.
I think so are Ethiad's. He's like, okay.
Yeah, and Lucian is like looking, he's like, so, I'm just going to describe it because some of your characters can see it.
Yeah.
Like, Tavumile can kind of tell just because she is over him. But Lucian is staring at Fingers, like, kind of half-lidded eyes. Like, he's trying to, like, he's, like, kind of, like, squinting. And he shuts his eyes for a second, kind of tight, and then, like, just, like, opens them back up. And just goes, "Why are you here?" Fingers points at himself and goes, "Me? Fingers? Well."
They're my friends. And they're your friends too.
He's gonna, like, his eyes kind of, like, flicker a little bit, like as he hears your voice. And he makes like he's gonna kind of turn his head in your direction, but he doesn't have the, like, energy to do it. And you feel him kind of, like, pull on your hand a little bit. It's my room. He kind of looks down slightly. And he goes, "What happened to you, mate?" And Fingers, like, looks down at his bandages and he goes, "You know, I don't really remember." And Lucian kind of stares for a little bit and goes, "You should get some rest."
You should too.
And Fingers is gonna kind of, like, look at him and go, "Yeah, man. Thanks for the advice." And Lucian's gonna, like, kind of, like, pull your arm into him a little bit. And just goes, And Fingers goes, "Lucian?" And he's fully knocked out. And Fingers is gonna look at Ethiad, like, wide-eyed, just be like, "What the heck was
I think
up with
Ethiad's like, honestly, that is really great.
Like, shrug shoulders, and I think that Fingers at least is gonna look at, and Thalen, since I'm in charge, is gonna look at Iffy and be like,
What?
"What do you mean, what?"
Oh, like he was talking and stuff like that.
That's good. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, great.
I told you he had a lot of fight left in him.
Yeah, you did.
All good news. I'm going to follow his advice. And Thalen is gonna just, like, put his bowl to the side, and he's gonna kind of, like, slump back against the wall, like, in the most what looks to be uncomfortable position you can imagine falling asleep in.
I think Tavumile's laying down with, like, you know, her hand still in Lucian's. She's like, "I'm going to sleep too." And I think Ethiad is gonna kind of just put his bowl down and sit down and lean up against the wall and be like, "All right, well, I'm so tired," you know.
Yeah.
Iffy, I think, is already, like, she was already nodding asleep, and then everyone being like, "Well," and she's like, "What? Yeah, that's good," you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And I think Yezi is like I said, I'm only going to go to sleep if you are.
I'm not going to sleep.
You should.
What if something happens, What if somebody comes in?
There's so many of us.
I don't want you to get hurt.
I'm not going to get hurt.
Not if I'm awake, you're not.
That's not true.
A doctor told you to go to sleep.
Doctor told you to go to sleep. You have to listen to the doctor. Are you going to be good?
Ooh.
She kind of gives him a smile.
Look, you go to sleep and then I'll think about it, huh?
It's not how this is going to work.
When we talked that one time,
Which time?
this time at your place, And you said I could stay if I wanted to.
Right.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did,
You stayed.
No.
You wanted to.
You got rocks in your brain, too.
Well, that would be fitting.
I'm sorry. Was that mean?
Not at all.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know.
Why didn't you? Were you afraid that something would happen?
No, it was more like, that's why I couldn't,
Because something was going to happen.
No. Because I wanted to, and so I couldn't, You gotta know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if, roll a perception check.
Mm-hmm. Unnatural one.
Wow. I don't know,
I wonder if what?
Never mind.
No. I hate when people do that. Don't start saying something and then wimp out of it.
I'm not wimping out. It's just, I don't know,
I wanted you to stay too.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I would now, like if we went back there.
I think that you would. At least I hope that you would.
I love you.
Hmm?
I don't know if you want that. If you don't, that's okay.
I love you too.
He's gonna grab your hand,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna put the back of it against his mouth,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna speak into it. You should go to sleep.
Is it okay? She's gonna put her other hand on his face. Now.
He's gonna go to grab your hand and then grab your face instead.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna say, I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel really weird about doing this when there's so many other people in here asleep.
I don't.
He's gonna look around.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna lean in and give you a
Oh my God, then she's gonna pull his face in and give him like a proper kiss.
And that's where we're gonna end this episode.
Oh man,
that
dude.
too, baby.
Beefy episode.
Beefy, powerful, and I just want you and me and everybody else to know that was half of what I wrote. We have a whole half.
Oh, Yazoon fingers are so cute.
Thus ends, I will say, thus ends a year-long day.
I know.
A day that has lasted a literal human year has finally ended.
Writing the story in real time.
We are. Well, I am 200 degrees.
Me too.
We have to turn off the AC to record. So I'm going to go get ice water all over my body as quickly as possible.
We'll see y'all in the next
See you later.
episode.
Bye.
Bye.